today's session, I invite you to watch a short video on COVID-19 for meeting participants at the UNCC.
Welcome to the United Nations Conference Center, Bangkok. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, your safety is our first priority, and we have taken precautionary measures for the protection of everyone in the conference center. All personnel entering the UN premises are subject to thermal screening tests. Hand sanitizers are available throughout the conference center, together with instructions on the correct hygiene procedures. Guidance on preventive measures is displayed around the facility, including contact details of health service providers in Bangkok. All conference halls, meeting rooms, and public spaces have been reconfigured to ensure physical distancing, and we are supporting virtual participation in every way we can. A list of on-site participants and their contact details will be collected before each meeting to enable contact tracing if necessary. Food and beverage facilities follow strict hygiene protocols. An isolation room is ready to meet participants with COVID-19 symptoms, fever, and respiratory symptoms such as cough, shortness of breath, and breathing difficulties, so that medical evaluations can be conducted. For more information and concerns, please contact the UN Medical Service at 1333, 1352, 1353, 1761. We kindly ask for you to self-monitor your condition and adhere to current health-related instructions. Thank you for your cooperation, and we wish you a successful conference. Stay healthy. Stay safe.
สวัสดีครับท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านยินดีต้อนรับสู่งานประชุมเกี่ยวกับการยกย้ายท้องถิ่นในภูมิภาคเอเชียและแปซิฟิกในวันที่ 10 มีนาคม พุทธศักราช 2564. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. Before commencing, a note on interpretation. Remote simultaneous interpretation of the proceedings is provided by the United Nations for ESCAP 4 official working languages. Participants are requested to be mindful of difficulties experienced by interpreters when working in remote mode, and of the increased likelihood of disruptions to the audio feed. Please note that only speech and interventions in the official languages will contribute to the record of the proceedings. In case of any inconsistency between the interpretation and the intervention in the official language, the latter shall prevail. Please also note that interpreters servicing remote meetings cannot be held liable for interruption of service, pixelation, freezing or loss of visual input, partial or complete loss of audio, audible artifacts, unauthorized access to personal or confidential data, leaking of information due to inadequate soundproofing, and/or data loss. With that, it is now my honor to invite United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Armida Salcia Alisjabana, to deliver her opening remarks.
Excellency Mr. Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Thailand, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of Implementation of the Global Compact on Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. I wish to thank the member and associate members of the Commission, the intergovernmental organization, UN partners, and stakeholders for joining this meeting. I would also like to extend my sincere appreciation to the United Nations Regional Network on Migration for Asia and the Pacific for supporting the organization of this review. Today marks the first time that we have gathered to take stock of the implementation of the Global Compact for Migration. We will discuss the opportunities, challenges, best practices, and approaches to promote safe, orderly, and regular migration in the region. This meeting is being held in challenging times, during which the COVID-19 pandemic has caused unprecedented health and socio-economic crisis. The effects on migrants have been devastating. Given the nature of their work, migrants often face increased risk of infection. They have lost jobs and livelihoods. They have been stranded by closed borders. They have been forcibly returned to countries of origin, and they have faced discrimination, stigma, and xenophobia. Yet, migrants have also played a critical role as essential workers, particularly in the health sector, food supply, and informal care economy in the region and beyond. Migrants will be crucial to the long-term recoveries of countries, and their contributions to our societies must be recognized and valued. They must be included in the vaccination programs because, as the Secretary General has said, we are only safe when everyone is safe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, international migration has been a key accelerator of sustainable development for our region and beyond. There are almost 107 million people from Asia and the Pacific living outside their countries of birth. They make up almost 40% of the world's migrants and contribute to economic and social development, both within and beyond the region. There are 65 international migrants living in Asia and the Pacific, 70% of whom come from within the region. They are mostly of working age, and they contribute to the region's exceptional level of economic growth. These migrants embody the region's dynamism, adaptability, and future as they seek to better themselves and contribute both to the communities they come from and those to which they migrate. For example, countries of the region receive about $330 billion in remittances in 2019, nearly half of the global total. These funds support families and communities, and they help reduce poverty. At the same time, the challenges to migration are varied and complex, as political, economic, social, and environmental factors drive people to leave their homes. In addition, regular and irregular migration often occur side by side, and smuggling and trafficking persons are persistent and pose significant problems. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Global Compact is a comprehensive document that addresses the multidimensional nature of international migration. Its 23 objectives and guiding principles are a framework, a roadmap, and a call for action for international and regional cooperation on migration. As you begin your deliberations today, may I suggest some ways to advance the implementation of the Global Compact. First, we should recognize that because the Global Compact is firmly rooted in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, achieving the SDGs will further the implementation of the Global Compact objectives. The COVID-19 pandemic has pushed the region further behind in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda, and therefore exacerbating the vulnerabilities of the region's population, in particular its migrants. So, may I now focus on the implementation of the migration-related goals, in particular the targets related to Goal 8 and Goal 10. In a region dominated by temporary labor migration, it is important to have full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, and equal pay for work of equal value. Let us implement well-planned and well-managed migration policies. Let us reduce the transaction costs of migrant remittances to less than 3%, and let us reduce the cost of sending remittance to below 5%. Second, international migration must be governed by the rule of law and due process. Countries that have not yet ratified or acceded to international human rights treaties and treaties related to international labor, criminal and humanitarian law standards, and the law of the sea should do so, and they should put them into practice. Countries which adopted the Global Compact have a shared responsibility to respect one another's needs and concerns regarding migration and to protect and fulfill the human rights of all migrants, regardless of their status. Such policies must be gender responsive and child sensitive. Third, since migration is mostly regional in nature, governments must cooperate on setting common policies and norms across all 23 objectives of the Global Compact and the cross-cutting interdependent guiding principles. This must be achieved at the bilateral, sub-regional, regional, and cross-regional levels, and this is particularly important due to the large and growing scale of migration between Asia-Pacific countries and beyond. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, over the last few months, many of you have completed a voluntary survey collecting baseline information on the implementation of the Global Compact. This information is now available online, and it has been summarized in a conference room paper. This provides us with a clear understanding of the progress made and the challenges faced by you in implementing the Global Compact on migration and your priorities for the future. In addition, ESCAP and the regional network have held several rounds of stakeholder consultations to collect additional inputs, views, and suggestions. Many of the stakeholders are joining us over the next 3 days. We should recognize and appreciate the momentum that this process has created, and we should try to build on it in the future. The findings of our meeting this week will inform the 2022 International Migration Review Forum. ESCAP is ready to support you in collecting insights and lessons learned from this process and bringing them to the International Migration Review Forum meeting. The Asia-Pacific region can lead by example in realizing the commitments made in the Global Compact. By doing so, we will increase our chances of full implementation of the 2030 Agenda and answering the call to leave no one behind. For the future, let us make migration a priority in our annual review and follow up to the 2030 Agenda. Such a review will take place at the Asia-Pacific Forum for Sustainable Development to be convened later this month. I encourage you to continue to focus on the migration-related targets every year, here at ESCAP and the High-Level Political Forum in New York through your voluntary national reviews. ESCAP is ready to facilitate such reviews and to make migration safe, orderly, and regular in Asia and the Pacific and beyond. I thank you and wish you all a very productive meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Armida, for your inspiring welcome remarks, which aptly set the stage for this meeting. It is now my honor to welcome His Excellency Mr. Don Pramudwinai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, to address us at this meeting.
Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, Ms. Amida Alisjabana, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very clear and bright day here in Bangkok, so I extend to you all good morning and greetings from the capital city of Thailand to all participants presently here in person and online from all over the Asia-Pacific region. As host country of ESCAP, it's my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this regional review of GCM. I would like also to express my appreciation to ESCAP and the regional United Nations Network on Migration for Asia and Pacific, who have undoubtedly worked long hours to prepare for this event. Excellencies, the adoption of the Global Compact for Migration in late 2018 was indeed a historic moment. It distilled all of our perspectives and efforts on migration over many years into one more common global aspiration: safe, orderly, and regular migration founded on critical common underpinnings. We went from seeing migration as sporadic, location-specific events to a natural global phenomena and the reality of time. We went from viewing migrants as a burden to seeing them as essential contributors to our economies and partners to sustainable development. We went from having limited tools and solutions confined largely to the national arena to having a comprehensive framework for international cooperation and systematic management of migration. We have indeed come a long way. And now, the 23 objectives and 10 guiding principles of the GCM have become a common guide for countries in the determination of their migration policies. Excellencies, progress has been made, but then there was COVID. Border shutdowns were the only tools in our toolkit to stem the spread of the virus. Cross-border movement was halted, and it was when the challenges of migrants began in earnest. In fact, this pandemic has increased their vulnerabilities, especially the obstacles to access healthcare and social security. Worse still, misinformation and insensitive message in some cases have cast migrants as a threat to public health and security. This must be ratified, or rectified rather. As we learned from the pandemic, no one is safe until everyone is safe. Therefore, a migrant-inclusive approach is key to finding a sustainable solution. The health of migrants must be part of public health strategies in all countries. Factors rendering migrants especially vulnerable must be addressed. Their contribution must be valued and their human rights respected. Not only will this help in the current pandemic, but it will also help countries to build back better. Ending the pandemic and recovering from it all will also require a renewed focus on the Global Compact. No state can overcome this global health crisis alone, and no matter how overwhelmed we are by the impacts of COVID-19, we can and must continue to advance. We must use the Global Compact to its full potential in overcoming those challenges. Excellencies, advancement in the implementation of the GCM will also bring us steps closer to achieving the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, support for countries to implement the GCM, together with the various accompanying initiatives, is critical to translating words into concrete actions. So I encourage countries in a position to do so to consider contributing to the Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund. And with all that, I hope this meeting will be a platform where we can candidly share our experience and best practices, and also identify and address gaps and challenges in GCM implementation. I hope we can take stock of the achievements thus far and contribute meaningfully to the International Migration Review Forum scheduled to take place next year. Now, I wish you all fruitful discussion and a successful meeting. And please stay safe as always. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, for your compelling and, I dare say, very insightful statement. Next, may I kindly request your attention to the pre-recorded video message from Mr. Antonio Vitorino, the coordinator of the United Nations Network on Migration and Director General of the International Organization on Migration, for Migration.
Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished delegates, colleagues, a very good morning to you all. Allow me to welcome you to this meeting, held at an uncertain time in the shadow of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has prevented me from being able to join you in person, much as I would have preferred to have done so. I would like to thank the ESCAP Executive Secretary, Ibu Armida Salcia Alisbana, for the dedicated support to the GCM regional review process and that of her team, who have supported the organization of this meeting for ESCAP member states, partners, observers, and stakeholders. Today's meeting is informed by government contributions to the voluntary regional review survey that has been shared over the past year. In addition, numerous partners, stakeholders in the lexicon of the Global Compact on Migration, have worked closely with the UN Network on Migration in the lead up to this meeting, in organizing and participating in consultations geared at informing the regional review process. Your engagement is invaluable. I want to especially acknowledge the bold undertaking made by those member states that have joined the Champions Initiative, a third of whom are from Asia and the Pacific, namely Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Nepal, the Philippines, and Thailand. I applaud their commitment to lead by example and empower states through experience. I also extend an invitation to join the initiative to all states. I am grateful to the Kingdom of Thailand for being both a donor to the Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund and joining the Fund's Steering Committee, and to the Republic of Turkey for their own contribution to the fund. I invite you all to contribute to the broadening as well as deepening of the donor base of the Migration MPTF as the only joint funding mechanism exclusively dedicated to migration. As we look towards the first International Migration Review Forum in 2022 and realizing the work plan of the network, I am pleased to inform you that the network will soon launch the Migration Network Hub, as called in the GCM. The hub is a key element of the capacity building mechanism. It will facilitate the peer learning, exchanges of good practices, and providing a platform for dialogues. We count on your continued support and collaboration, including in the socialization of the GCM at all levels, national, regional, and global, and support for the work of the network. We value the important role you play in your respective country contexts, diplomatic missions, institutional settings, and areas of expertise. Excellencies, we are at an unprecedented moment in time, living with and through a pandemic that has shaken the international community to its very core. The pandemic has highlighted the challenges that too many migrants face, and how they have often been left behind in efforts to prevent, to curb, and now inoculate against the virus. As the world turns its attention to the vaccination rollout, I call on governments to ensure that non-nationals are fully included in vaccination programming, irrespective of their legal status. The contribution of migrants in many critical service areas before, during, and after the worst of the pandemic waves are of inestimable value, from healthcare to logistics, from food supply chains to agriculture and social services. Migrants working alongside nationals have risen to the challenge and made a marked contribution to the communities they have joined, as well as those from which they have come. The Global Compact is rooted in the Sustainable Development Goals and its commitment to leave no one behind. Evidence from across the globe has shown, time and time again, that migration can be a powerful driver of sustainable development for migrants and their communities in countries of origin, countries of transit, and countries of destination. The Asia and the Pacific region is comprised of several distinct social, cultural, political, and economic subregions, each with unique mobility and development dynamics within and between them. Disparities in levels of socio-economic development and the existence of opportunities within countries and subregions continue to shape migration patterns and highlight the need for and value of dialogue and cooperation at the bilateral, sub-regional, and pan-regional levels. Disasters and natural hazards, which are expected to increase in scale and in intensity with climate change and environmental degradation, are a constant threat to the region's population and economies. Connected to this, violence against women and girls, including gender-based violence, has been shown to increase in prevalence and severity in communities experiencing a disaster. We must do more to protect women, children, from violence, especially in the context of migration, now exacerbated by the scourge of COVID-19. The region faces many and daunting challenges, but none of these are insurmountable, especially if we stay true to the call to advance our collective efforts to work better together for safe, orderly, and regular migration. Thank you.
Next, it is my honor to invite Ms. Chihoko Asada Miyakawa, Assistant Director General and Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific, ILO Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific, representing the Executive Committee of the Regional United Nations Network on Migration, to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you. Ms. Almeida Salsai Alijabana, United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, His Excellency Mr. Don Paramawitnai, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, Mr. Antonio Vitrino, Director General, International Organization for Migration, Ms. Sheila Estrada, Chairperson, Progressive Labor Union of Domestic Workers, Hong Kong, China, distinguished delegates, stakeholder representatives, UN colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to address you today at the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of Implementation of Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. In 2020, the usual drivers of migration were disrupted by the global pandemic caused by novel coronavirus disease. The pandemic influenced most migration movements and corridors in the world, driving down migration. In Asia and Pacific, migration for corridors, which are normally very active, suddenly closed for several months. Origin and destination countries applied strict entry rules to control the pandemic within their borders. Deployment and outflows of migrant workers fell across the region, particularly during the first months of pandemic. At the same time, in response to the spread of virus, economic restrictions, including lockdowns, were implemented in host countries, which led to return of many migrant workers to their home countries, including those who fell out of work, while others were stranded in countries of destination, unable to work or return home. As a result of the disruptions, remittances for Asia are provisionally estimated to fall by 7% in 2020. The pandemic has had an unprecedented impact on economies, businesses, and workers. And in our region, migrant workers have been among the most affected. Migrants were more exposed to risk of infection, as migrant workers are concentrated in essential occupations that cannot be undertaken from home. They are less likely to be able to telework. Also, there have been some poor examples in Asia and elsewhere where migrant workers were reportedly not able to socially distance at the workplace or provided with insufficient personal protection equipment. Migrant workers were also put at increased risk of COVID-19 infection due to substandard and crowded accommodation. Finally, there was often differential treatment between nationals and migrant workers in social protection and relief and income support measures. Despite these setbacks, on the health front at least, there has been a robust response on the part of governments to control and reduce infections, and migrants have also benefited from easing of work permit extensions and, in some cases, regularization. Governments have also recognized the need to improve standards for employer-provided accommodations. There are opportunities to build back better, and the Global Compact on Migration, along with international standards and regional frameworks, provide us guidance towards this goal. The centrality of work to migration flows in the region is clear. The ILO estimated in 2017 that there are 164 million migrant workers worldwide, which accounted for 70% of all migrants of working age. While noting the comprehensive approach of GCM reflected in its 23 objectives, I would like to touch upon 3 thematic areas which are of great importance to making migration safe, orderly, and regular in the region. First, fair recruitment. Fair and ethical recruitment has been on the agenda of policymakers, social partners, civil society, and UN agencies for several years. As a result, several positive developments can be noted. These include an emerging practice of the prohibition of worker-paid recruitment fees in laws, private sector initiatives on responsible recruitment, international guidance on fair recruitment, including definition of fees and related costs. Yet recruitment and migration costs generally remain high in the region, and there is much scope to eliminate worker-paid recruitment fees and related costs, thereby increasing the amount of earnings that is left with workers and their families. I would encourage all countries in the region to introduce legislation to remove worker-paid recruitment fees and related costs and undertake regular surveys to monitor the extent of such costs using the methodology developed for SDG target 10.7. Secondly, decent work. Deficits in decent work were highlighted during the pandemic. One of these is that women migrants continued to face particular risks in domestic work, where protections of labor law often do not apply. Also, while migrant workers commonly double their earnings after migration, their wages are still among the lowest in the destination country and are sometimes not paid in full. Among migrants, women on average earn less. Still, we do see several positive developments with respect to working conditions. These include ratification of ILO conventions, the development of new laws, the adoption of ASEAN consensus on the protection and promotion of rights of migrant workers, and support services to migrants by trade unions and civil society organizations. We urge that governments include migrant workers in social protection and income support measures in the same way that nationals are covered. We also urge governments to afford domestic workers the same protection as other workers. Thirdly, labor mobility. Throughout the region, there are pathways for regular labor migration across different skill levels, but legal channels are limited in relation to employer demand for workers or the size of labor pool seeking employment. Legal pathways are also often costly and cumbersome, particularly for workers in elementary occupations, encouraging irregular migration. Enhancing the effectiveness of legal channels will make migration more safe, orderly, and regular. The current economic and social transitions in the global economy, as well as unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic, sharply affect migration in Asia and the Pacific, and put pressure on policymakers and regulators to develop timely policy responses and innovative approaches to guarantee effective management of migration. Partnerships among governments, the private sector, workers' organizations, CSOs, and other stakeholders will be central in meeting these challenges and delivering the Global Compact on Migration. The UN Network for Migration will need to play its part, and I would like to warmly congratulate the ESCAP and members of the UN Network for hard work that has gone into the preparation of regional review meeting. ILO is proud to be part of UN Network on Migration at the global and regional level, and to work side by side with members of UN family in supporting governments and stakeholders in the Asia-Pacific region to uphold and promote migrants' rights and orderly migration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Asada Miyakawa, for your inspiring opening statement. It is now my pleasure to invite Ms. Sheila Estrada, Chairperson, Progressive Labor Union of Domestic Workers of the Philippines, Hong Kong, China, to deliver her opening remarks via Kudo. We are hoping to have a good connection here. Bear with us if it is not immediate.
Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates and guests of the GCM Review. My name is Sheila Estrada. Being a migrant domestic worker for 36 years and a worker leader, I handle cases, do advocacy, and organize my fellow workers into trade unions. I experience what it means when migrant workers are organized and have a voice. Distinguished delegates, the GCM should place migrants in the center. Without being organized and a voice of migrants, you won't know the real problems and truth. You all can shed lights on migration if you listen to us as migrants. Hard work and collaboration are needed to ensure policies and laws are in place to protect the rights of migrants and humanity. We bring developments to the countries and economic benefits, but don't place us in the dark. When we speak of migrants here, we speak of them regardless of their status. They should not be abused, and their rights should not be stripped off due to their visa or status. Their freedom should not be tied with their employers or visas. They should have the freedom to escape from the exploitative situation and change employers, rights to family unity, and residence status if we want. When we speak of migrants in the Asia-Pacific, we speak of women migrants, especially domestic workers. The Asia-Pacific hosts almost a quarter of the world's women migrant domestic workers. 24% of adults in forced labor are domestic workers. We have heard non-stop migrant domestic workers abused to death. There should be no more delays to revise our labor laws to recognize domestic workers, agricultural, and all kinds of workers. Please stop all forms of discriminations and ensure migrants be free from gender-based violence. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the vulnerability of migrants. Due to the government responses to the pandemic, such as border closures, lockdowns, curfews, migrants are faced with terminations. They are left with no jobs and food, no health and PPE protection, but lockdowns at employers' home, their congested boarding house, or even abandoned on the streets. Raids against migrants further put them into the dark. Stigmatization and racial discrimination are rampant, which risk migrants' health and even lives. We urge government to integrate migrant health in their COVID-19 response. All migrants, regardless of status, must have access to quality public services and social protection. The COVID pandemic has exacerbated wage theft against migrant workers. Government should exhaust all efforts to expedite justice for affected migrant workers and ensure payment of their claims. Freedom of association, the right to collective bargaining are fundamental for workers and should be taken as a core in migration. Respect our rights to be organized. Allow us to have our own unions to negotiate. Allow us to regularize our status. Migrants are human beings who should enjoy social, cultural, and political rights like all of you and everyone else. There should be channels and support for us in redressing complaints and accessing justice. The recruitment process should be regulated and monitored. Ban recruitment agency fee. Ensure no death band-aid suffered by migrants. The ILO's general principles and operational guidelines on fair recruitment must be embedded into the GCM government's national action plans on migration governance. Ratify the relevant UN standards on migration and the ILO Convention, the C-97 on migration for employment, and Convention 140 on migrant workers, C-189 on domestic workers, C-190 on violence and harassment. Majority of migrants in the Asia-Pacific are forced to leave their home countries because of poverty and unemployment. States should prioritize creation of decent work so that we are not forced to migrate out of necessity. Finally, I would like to highlight some very important and troubling. The large network of trade unions and civil society organizations to which I belong have participated in the GCM process from its beginning in the New York Declaration since 2015, right up to the adoption of the GCM in 2018 at the national, regional, and global level. Yet, at this review stage, we found ourselves marginalized, especially we migrants. We found the process of organizing this review to be non-inclusive and disrespectful, especially as we represent so many organizations and unions across the Asia-Pacific. Thus, with deep apologies, we regret to inform you that entire networks representing the voices of migrant workers, who is at the heart of the topic on which we are speaking today, will be withdrawing from the rest of this first Asia-Pacific Regional Review and the implementation of the GCM. As stakeholders, however, we continue to remain fully committed to the implementation of the GCM in all comprehensiveness, and we call on all member states and its stakeholders to do the same. We encourage that the future review process, including the IMRF, be deeply deliberated upon to ensure a process that is transparent, accountable, representative, and incorporates the views and participation of all stakeholders. A longer statement is to follow. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Estrada. I'm sure we all appreciate the fact that the voice of migrants is included during the opening session of this meeting. With that, Mr. Tata, as Secretary of the meeting, I invite you to conduct the election of officers.
Let us take a minute. Our distinguished Deputy Prime Minister and the Executive Secretary are just taking the leave. Thank you very much for gracing the occasion and giving us inspiring statements to start off our proceedings. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before I proceed with the election of officers, I'd like to inform you that in consultation with the Secretary of the Commission, and due to the constraints placed by COVID-19 and the hybrid mode of this meeting, it has been decided to expand the number of vice chairs to 3 to provide the greatest flexibility and support for the conduct of the meeting. Given possible connectivity problems, having 3 vice chairs will ensure the smooth conduct of the meeting. I have now the honor to conduct the election of officers for the Asia-Pacific Regional Review for implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. The meeting will elect 1 chair and 3 vice chair. So I'm pleased to invite nominations from the floor. I recognize the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea, please. You have the floor, sir.
I have a great pleasure to propose Her Excellency Sara Lu Ariola, Undersecretary for Migrant Workers Affairs, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Philippines, for the position of the Chair of the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. I further propose that His Excellency Muhammad Abdul Hai, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Bangladesh to ESCAP, Mr. Diki Komar, Deputy Chief of the Mission of the Embassy of Indonesia and Deputy Permanent Representative to ESCAP, and Mr. Natawat Krisa Namara, Director General of the Department of International Organizations, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Thailand, be elected as Vice Chairs. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea for his nominations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the distinguished representative of the Republic of Korea has nominated the following for the Bureau. For Chair, Her Excellency Ms. Sara Lu Y. Ariola, Undersecretary for Migrant Worker Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Philippines. For Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Abdul Hai, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Bangladesh to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Deki Kumar, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Indonesia to ESCAP. And His Excellency Mr. Nadawatna Krishamara, Director General of the Department of International Organizations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thailand, to be elected as Vice Chairs. Does any other delegation wish to take the floor, either in person or on Kudo? I see the delegation of India asking for the floor on Kudo. You have the floor, sir.
I am pleased to second the nomination made by the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of India for seconding the nomination. Would any other delegation wish to take the floor? I see none from the floor and none from the Kudo platform. I therefore have the honor to declare the following delegates elected to the Bureau of this meeting. For Chair, Her Excellency Sara Lu Y. Ariola, Undersecretary for Migrant Worker Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. For Vice Chairs, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Abdul Hai, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Bangladesh to ESCAP. His Excellency Mr. Deki Komar, Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of Indonesia to ESCAP. And His Excellency Mr. Nadawatna Krishamara, Director General of the Department of International Organizations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand. Let us all greet by acclamation the newly elected Bureau.
Thank you very much. And it is now my pleasure to invite Your Excellency Ms. Sara Lu Y. Ariola, Undersecretary for Migrant Worker Affairs, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Philippines. Please, could you conduct the next agenda item on the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant morning. On behalf of all Bureau members, I wish to express our warm appreciation to the distinguished delegates for the confidence reposed in us. It is my distinct honor and privilege to serve as your chair for the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of Implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. I hereby call the conference to order. Welcome to the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of the Implementation of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Let me begin by thanking the organizers of the meeting, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and to the Regional UN Migration Network. I also wish to extend my appreciation to the ESCAP member states, international organizations, and stakeholders in attendance in this meeting. Our region, the Asia-Pacific, is home to majority, at least 60% in 2020, of the people in our planet, approximately over 4.6 billion people in 2020. This region is composed of countries which includes rising economic and political powers, middle-income countries, and some that are still considered as among the least developed. With such diverse group of countries in the region, it is emphasized that most are experiencing high vulnerabilities to the major issues affecting our world today, including climate change and natural disasters, and inequality, wealth, income, and opportunities. Over 2 years ago, on December 19, 2018, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Endorsed by 152 UN member states, the GCM became the first intergovernmentally adopted framework that covers all dimensions of international migration in a holistic and comprehensive manner. It presents shared vision and is guided by the following principles which are essential to its success, namely people-centered, gender-responsive, international cooperation, national sovereignty, rule of law and due process, sustainable development, human rights, child-sensitive, whole of government approach, and whole of society approach. Truly, the GCM is testament of UN member states for decency and humanity in treatment of migrants. The outcome of the 3-day meeting to review the implementation of the GCM in the region will feed into the upcoming International Migration Review Forum in 2022. It will cover the full set of 23 objectives of the GCM and integrate the cross-cutting and interdependent guiding principles. To highlight the importance of this meeting to the Asia-Pacific region, it is worth mentioning that UN ESCAP reported that in 2019, the number of international migrants from a region living outside their countries of birth amounted to almost 107 million individuals, or 2.2% of the entire world's 4.6 billion population, with 46 million migrants moving to countries within the region and 61 million moving to countries outside the region. The driving force of such large-scale migration is primarily temporary labor migration, particularly with destinations within the region or in the Middle East. Consistent with our respective countries' commitment to GCM, we seek cooperation among states to first ensure that migration is voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly. Second, protect migrants' rights. Third, support migrants' protection, integration, and contribution to development. And fourth, strengthen evidence-based policymaking, public debate, and cooperation towards safe, orderly, and regular migration. Certainly, the hardships experienced by migrants from the Asia-Pacific region are magnified by their vulnerability to climate change and inequality, and more recently, due to the COVID-19 pandemic that ravages not only a region but the whole world. The COVID-19 pandemic has highlighted vulnerabilities of migrants as they have suffered disproportionately from the health, social and economic impacts of the pandemic. They have faced xenophobia and abuse, and female migrants, migrant children, and migrants in irregular situations are those who have faced multiple and intersecting discriminations. Yet, they are at the forefront in providing essential, life-saving services to the people of the region and beyond during the pandemic. The challenges of all countries is ensuring that migrants are included in the picture as all countries begin to build back better. Not only that they need to be included in the vaccination and treatment programs, but also as part of the process of rebuilding process towards a more just and sustainable future of Asia Pacific and the world. This is a historic opportunity for taking stock of what we have done thus far as we meet for 3 days under the framework of the GCM. Indeed, there is no better time than now to exercise such cooperation between states, international organizations, and other stakeholders to the future of the GCM. I encourage everyone to participate actively on this 3-day meeting in order for us to adopt a sustainable report, substantial report of the meeting that will be brought to the International Migration Review Forum in 2022. Excellencies, at this point, allow me to say a few words on the extraordinary circumstances of this meeting. As you are aware, this regional review is being organized using a hybrid modality, keeping in mind the well-being of all delegates during the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as due to ongoing travel restrictions in many countries in the region. While we have a few Bangkok-based delegates joining the session physically at the United Nations Conference Center in Bangkok, many are joining us virtually through Kudo or via YouTube. Due to these circumstances, time management is essential to enable the smooth running of this meeting. We therefore kindly request your cooperation to first, tailor your interventions to issues directly linked to the agenda items, and second, keep within the time limit prescribed for them. I thank you in advance for accommodating these requests. Please note that I and my colleagues in the Bureau will strictly be enforcing these time limits so that we can give all delegations the opportunity to speak. I thank you in advance for accommodating these requests. Delegations present in the UNCC wishing to take the floor may do so by raising the flag. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Kudo may do so by asking for the floor using the functions available in Kudo. Please note that the Kudo chat box is to be used for technical questions only and not for comments. For those wishing to make comments, we respectfully request that you press the Request to Speak button in Kudo and make your comment directly to the floor. During the roundtable discussions tomorrow, and for others joining us via YouTube Live, we respectfully ask that you leave comments in the YouTube chat box. The Secretariat will help compile the speakers list in order in which the requests have been made, both physically as well as through Kudo. Please bear with us in case there are any delays or technical glitches in view of the extraordinary circumstances in which this meeting is being held. We at the Bureau seek your cooperation in steering this meeting to a successful conclusion. We look forward to rigorous discussion and achievement on the expected outcomes. To our agenda item 1C, we shall now take up our agenda item 1C, which is the adoption of the agenda, as presented to you in document ESCAP/GCM/2021/L.1. Before we proceed, let me inform you that in consultation with the Secretary of the Commission, we have decided that we will begin deliberations under item 4 on Friday, March 12 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Bangkok time, and close the meeting at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Bangkok time. All side events will have been concluded by 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and starting the deliberations under this agenda item 1 or earlier will allow countries in the Pacific to participate more actively. Are there any comments on the provisional agenda which has been circulated well in advance by the Secretariat? As there are no comments, the provisional agenda is adopted. I now request the Secretariat to make a brief presentation on the program of the meeting over the next 3 days.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present an overview of the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of Implementation of the Global Compact, or GCM. The regional review process has been organized by ESCAP and the Regional United Nations Network on Migration. Next slide, please. It began last summer with the launch of the national GCM surveys, which were completed by many member states in the region. The survey was structured around the 4 clusters of Global Compact objectives as proposed in GA Resolution 73/326 for the roundtables of the IMRF in 2022. The survey also covered the implications of COVID-19, the links between the GCM and the 2030 Agenda, and regional priorities. On 18 December 2020, the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020 was issued, a detailed overview of GCM implementation in the region from the UN's perspective. Like the survey, the report was structured around the 4 GCM objectives and discussed the impact of COVID-19. From October 2020 to March 2021, we held 5 stakeholder consultations inviting stakeholders as defined in the Global Compact to participate. Importantly, stakeholders were invited to co-lead the organization of the consultations, and the final consultation, focusing once again on the GCM objective clusters, were organized by all stakeholders themselves. The review process now culminates in the present intergovernmental meeting over the next 3 days. Importantly, the outcome of the meeting will inform the 2022 IMRF. Next slide, please. The regional review process is in keeping with the GCM vision and principles, being state-led, inclusive, and following a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. Its purpose is to assess the progress of GCM implementation in the region. In addition, member states and other meeting participants have been asked to identify key challenges, lessons learned, promising practices, opportunities, and emerging issues in GCM implementation. Since it is a regional review, regional priorities and opportunities for regional cooperation will be highlighted. Member states and other meeting participants have been asked to identify partnership opportunities or capacity building needs to fully implement the 23 objectives of the GCM. At the conclusion of this meeting, we hope you have identified some key findings and recommendations that can be taken forward to the IMRF. Next slide, please. The following documents have been prepared for the regional review. 2 parliamentary documents have been issued, one on progress and challenges in GCM implementation, and another document on linking GCM to 2030 Agenda. Both are based on the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020. 2 conference room papers have been issued based on the voluntary national GCM reviews and the stakeholder consultations. They are available online. In addition, on Friday, we hope that member states will adopt the proceedings of the meeting. Its chair summary will be annexed to it after the meeting. Following the opening this morning, we will proceed with the general debate. Next slide, please. Member states are allotted 4 minutes for their national presentations. Intergovernmental organizations, stakeholders, and UN entities and other organizations are each allotted 3 minutes speaking time. A virtual side event is scheduled to take place during the lunch break, and further information on the many side events of this meeting are available online. On the second day of the meeting, member states of the Regional UN Network will conduct 4 roundtables. These roundtables will cover all 23 objectives in line with the cluster of GCM objectives. The roundtable discussions are an opportunity for expert exchange among member states, stakeholders, and UN entities. Dedicated Q&A sessions following each panel discussion will allow member states in the room and connecting virtually to provide comments and pose questions to panelists. Time permitting, moderators will also call for comments by stakeholders and UN entities who have expressed an interest in doing so. Please note that interventions and questions during the Q&A are limited to 1 minute. On the third day, Friday, there will be 5 side events starting at 8:30. Again, the schedule of side events is posted on the website. At 12 noon, the proceedings of the meeting will be posted on the meeting's website, translated into all ESCAP languages. The meeting will resume at 2 o'clock in the afternoon with the adoption of the outcome. We will edit the report live in the room. At 20 minutes to 4, we will proceed with the closing of the meeting. At that time, we will once again be honored to welcome the Undersecretary General and Executive Secretary of ESCAP, who will make closing remarks. This will be followed by Mrs. Peggy Hicks, Director, Thematic Engagement Division, OHCHR, Mrs. Nanette Motis, Coordinator and Director General of IOM Asia Pacific Office, Mrs. Karin Hulshoff, Regional Director for East Asia and the Pacific, UNICEF, and the Chair will take the floor. The Chair will then also close the meeting. Next slide, please. Finally, let me say a few words about the outcome document. This slide. On 12 March at noon, the proceedings in all ESCAP languages will be made available on the meeting's website. On 21 March, the Chair's summary will be circulated to Member States for fact-checking and agreement in consultation with the Chair. On 2 April, the proceedings with the Chair's summary annexed to it will be submitted to ESCAP's editorial department for finalization. We suggest that the proceedings with the Chair's summary annexed to it and the 4 pre-session documents be submitted to the IMRF in 2022. Thank you very much.
It will be procedural in nature and adopted under Agenda Item 4 of the annotated provisional agenda. Substantive proceedings of the meeting will be captured separately in the form of a Chair's summary and annexed to the report after the meeting. The Chair's summary will be filed after the meeting and circulated to members and associate members of ESCAP for fact-checking and agreement in consultation with the Chair. As practiced in previous meetings, since the outbreak of the pandemic and the shift to virtual modality, in order to facilitate smooth conduct of the meeting, I will request for the Vice Chairs to take over the conduct of the sessions since they are able to attend in person. I am confident that they will do their best to ensure that this meeting achieves its objectives and reaches a successful conclusion. For this, the Bureau will rely on the cooperation and involvement of all distinguished delegates and the able support of the Secretariat. The issues to be discussed are many indeed. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the opening of the conference. I now close the Agenda Item 1 of this morning's agenda. We now proceed to Agenda Item 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with Agenda Item 2. Review of progress and challenges with regard to implementing the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration in Asia and the Pacific, including the implications of COVID-19. I am pleased to invite the Secretariat to show a short video setting the stage for our discussion. I understand that ESCAP and members of the Regional UN Network on Migration collaborated in producing this video, which is based on the findings of the Asia Pacific Migration Report 2020. I thank the Regional UN Network for Migration for producing this video. The messages from this video provide an important backdrop in deliberating on this agenda item, namely how to work towards safe, orderly, and regular migration. Before we proceed further, please let me refer you to the background documents as listed in the annotated provisional agenda. I note the first two documents have been developed based on the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020. The last two documents have been informed by member states' responses to a survey on the implementation of the Global Compact in Asia and the Pacific, and a series of stakeholder consultations carried out in line with the Global Compact's whole of society guiding principle. Delegations will now have an opportunity to present official country statements. As I earlier mentioned, delegations who are physically present in the conference room are asked to please raise their flag. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Kudo may do so by asking for the floor using functions available in Kudo. The Secretariat will help compile the speakers list in order in which the requests have been made both physically as well as through Kudo. Please bear with us in case there are any delays or technical glitches in view of the extraordinary circumstances in which this meeting is being held. Since this is an intergovernmental meeting, standard procedure allows for interventions by government delegations of member and associate member states, then observers, followed by intergovernmental organizations, representatives of stakeholder organizations, UN bodies, and specialized agencies. Please note that statements made by each member state and associate member state should not exceed 4 minutes. Statements made by observers, intergovernmental organizations, United Nations entities, or stakeholders should not exceed 3 minutes. I'll now invite 3 champion countries to make interventions first. The first speaker on this morning's list is distinguished delegate of Bangladesh. May please take the floor, followed by the delegates from Indonesia and Thailand.
Excellent, distinguished guests, respected ladies and gentlemen. Very, very good morning. Thank you for giving me the floor early. Bangladesh takes pride as one of the early starters by completing all ground works for implementing the SDG as well as embedding the global development agenda into 7th and 8th five-year plan. Mapping of ministries by goals and targets, data gap analysis, SDG monitoring and evaluation framework, preparation of ministry-specific action plan, etc. Voluntary GCM review 2020 is one of the section. It is a great honor to be one of the champion country in this regard. In terms of SDG 10.7.1 of facilitating orderly, safe, regular, responsible migration to achieve the target. A national steering committee handed by the Honorable Prime Minister is guiding and monitoring the activities. It has emphasized the issues related to overseas employment and migrant welfare. Therefore, activities on achieving the 23 specific GCM objectives are also going on full swing. The COVID pandemic is an added challenge in attaining the GCM objectives. At the same time, COVID-19 situation shows how important it is to follow the GCM. I would like to mention a few activities of Bangladesh that has immense effect on combating COVID pandemic challenges. First, in 2019, Honorable Prime Minister Bangladesh inaugurated compulsory insurance activities for all aspirant migrant workers. The Wage Earners Welfare Board provided more than 50% of the premium, which ensure an insurance approximately 2,250 USD. The insurance is double into approximately 4,700 USD, with the same contribution in the part of the migrant workers. Our migrant workers are very much benefited with such insurance. Second, in line with the SDG 10C of lowering remittance transaction cost, Bangladesh has introduced 2% incentives for migrants for remittance sent in legal channel. The World Bank predicted a global downward trend of remittance after the COVID pandemic. Instead, remittance inflow of Bangladesh is continuing in a high pace. Remittance inflow of 18.21 billion USD was 10.87% higher than the previous year. Even 92% of the last year remittance is achieved in the first 8 months of the fiscal year 2020 and 2021. In order to minimize migration cost, the government is working intensively. The government has already fixed the maximum cost of migration for 60 major countries of destination. As per requirement of ethical migration, the cost needs to be borne by the employer. We want a combined voice of all the members to ensure this. We have also taken measures to combat irregular migration, support sub-country of origin, transit country, and the country of destination is required to ask the Turkey. I appreciate the guidance for government and all relevant stakeholders on implementing the GCM as a good initiative. The UNNM Working Group 2.2 has done intense activities to develop the guidance in order to make the guidance effective and efficient. I have few observations. Already 23 objectives under the GCM have made the process a little bit complex and hard to follow for the government officials and other stakeholders. The GCM is formulated in such a way that none of the objectives can be left behind, but must continue with others. Therefore, the guidance needs to be shorter. The 6-step process of GCM implementing looks more academic. It will make the review of the GCM more complex. The effort of achieving the GCM may be shifted onto too much paperwork. Based on such observations, I draw your attention in this meeting for a simplified, short, and easy to follow version of guidance for governments and all relevant stakeholders. Thanks again for your patience hearing. I hope together we will be able to implement the GCM and ensure orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration. Thank you all.
Thank you, distinguished delegate from Bangladesh. May I call on the distinguished delegate of Indonesia.
ওটা তো চালুই আছে।
আপনি শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
Indonesia, would you please unmute your microphone and turn on your camera? Thank you.
Distinguished Delegate of Indonesia, there is a button. Yes, I think you're unmuted.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sincere apology. I thought the Secretariat is doing it for me. Thank you once again for giving us the floor. Madam Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Being primarily a country of origin, Indonesia is fully committed to ensure that all migrants are safe and protected at all stages of migration. Prior to the adoption of the GCM, Indonesia has implemented the law, regulations, policies, and programs aimed to protect and provide services for Indonesian migrants. Following its adoption, the GCM served as one of the main frameworks for Indonesia to fulfill the 360-degree vision of international migration. Having said that, we are in the process to develop a national action plan of implementing GCM as a guideline for the government and various stakeholders to achieve GCM objectives in a detailed and measurable manner, in accordance with the GCM's whole of government and whole of society guiding principles. In this regard, we would like to express our appreciation to the UN Network on Migration for developing a guidance for implementing the GCM. However, some challenges remain at the national, as well as the regional level, as stated in the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020. Among others, lack of systemic data, disaggregated by migration status, and other characteristics. Human rights violation, intersecting with challenges such as decent work, deficit, and differences in interest between countries of origin, transit, and destination regarding shared responsibility. Therefore, we have been amplifying our efforts, among others, to expand the means to obtain more comprehensive approach for the migration data integration, raise awareness, and share comprehensive information on labor migration process, and provide all-out supporting services to ensure protection. Strengthen collaborative efforts at the bilateral, regional, and multilateral levels, as well as with the UN entities and other international organizations on broader migration-related topics. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has definitely magnified challenges faced by countries in implementing GCM and its adverse consequences. We have made our best effort to overcome these unexpected challenges, among others by repatriating our nationals, providing basic needs assistance for those affected in the host countries, and intensifying cooperation on consular access. In the multilateral fora, Indonesia has co-chaired the working group on the impacts of COVID-19 on migrants, migration, and development during the last GFMD summit, along with the government of Switzerland. Moreover, Indonesia highlighted the critical role of seafarers, which accounts for the movement of more than 80% of global trade, including medical supplies needed during the pandemic. In this context, as one of the biggest maritime countries, Indonesia has initiated a UN resolution on international cooperation to protect seafarers during the COVID-19 pandemic, adopted in December 2020. To conclude, we would like to reaffirm Indonesia's commitment to strengthen the implementation of GCM, and we look forward to productive discussions during the regional review. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Indonesia. May I call on the distinguished delegate of Thailand?
Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. Chairman, upon your assumption of chairmanship of this important regional review process. I would also like to commend the Regional UN Network on Migration for Asia and the Pacific for organizing this meeting, despite the challenges in the midst of a pandemic. Mr. Chairman, this review comes at a critical time. It is taking place after 1 full year of global efforts to fight the coronavirus pandemic. When we adopted the Global Compact on Migration in 2018, we had no idea what the world was about to be confronted with. We had no idea about how the COVID-19 pandemic would so fundamentally impact migration. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it has taught us how interconnected and vulnerable we are, and how much we depend on each other for our health and well-being. In this context, we cannot stress enough the importance of international and regional cooperation and sharing what we have learned. Thailand is of the view that the GCM continues to represent a solid framework for promoting safe, orderly, and regular migration, as well as for responding to the adverse impacts of COVID-19 on migrants. Moreover, it is based on the correct assumption that migrants must be seen as part of the solution and, in the long run, as a crucial partner for sustainable development. Mr. Chairman, Thailand has made important progress in our first years of GCM implementation. We have set up a national interagency working group and adopted a national GCM implementation plan for 2020 to 2022. The plan is a living document aimed at promoting safe, orderly, and regular migration through a whole-of-government and whole-of-society approach. Concrete projects are now being pursued in support of GCM objectives. The advent of COVID-19 did not diminish our efforts on the GCM. Instead, it mobilized us to work even faster on many issues. In the immediate term, we extended stay and work permits for migrants to minimize the adverse impacts of the pandemic on their livelihoods. We were also forced to speed up and clarify the integration of disease prevention and care for migrants as an integral part of our public health strategies. The Ministry of Public Health has worked proactively to ensure the inclusiveness of health services, including through the introduction of a health insurance scheme for migrants in the informal sector, the deployment of migrant health volunteers and interpreters in provinces with a concentration of migrant workers, and the establishment of a COVID-19 migrants hotline with good cooperation from various partners. We have also made progress on our efforts to provide alternatives to child immigration detention, or ATD. In Thailand's context, the persistence of networks of people smuggling is a real concern, and implementing ATD will continue to require strong and seamless interagency coordination. In very practical terms, it also requires resources and capacity building for officers on the ground. We are pleased to chair and learn from others on this topic and are co-hosting a side event with UNICEF and the International Detention Coalition, or IDC, on Friday, which we would like to invite all of you to attend. Mr. Chairman, the findings of this regional review, as well as the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020, are critical for our work ahead. Thailand looks forward to engaging actively with other member states and stakeholders, and looks forward to progressive outcomes at this meeting. I thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished delegate of Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, I have now the honor to invite Mr. Naravatna Krishamara, Director General of the Department of International Organizations, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Thailand, and one of the elected vice chairs to guide us through the remainder of this morning's session. I will be following the deliberations closely via Kudo, but my vice chairs will now guide the further deliberations of the meeting. I will conduct the closing of the meeting on Friday. Mr. Krishamara, you now have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my sincere appreciation and gratitude to you for electing Thailand to serve on the Bureau. I also would like to thank the Chair and other Vice Chairs for the close collaboration in the conduct of this meeting. I now invite the fourth speaker on this morning's list under Agenda Item 2, the distinguished delegate of the Russian Federation, to please take the floor. You have the floor, sir.
Уважаемый господин председатель.
Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to convey to you the greetings of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Federation and to express gratitude to the organizers of this international event for the invitation to take part in it. The Asia-Pacific region is at the present time one of the fastest growing regions of the world. The Russian Federation is interested in the establishment of reliable mechanisms for stability and security, increasing the efficiency of cooperation with countries of the region, and expanding multilateral and bilateral interaction, including in the field of migration. Migration has a great impact on the social and economic development of all states. In spite of the reduction in the current migration flows due to the coronavirus infection, in the future, migration, especially for labor, will be once again an important element in development. Undoubtedly, the role of the most important instrument of assistance to achieve our joint goals for development and overcoming the migration crisis belongs with the Global Compact on Migration. We reaffirm the position that the GCM is viewed by Russia as recommendations to be used within the framework of domestic law and in agreement with our international obligations. Effective regulation of migration crises requires coordination of all states. It is necessary to develop multilateral cooperation in every possible way to effectively solve problems related to massive displacement of large groups of refugees and migrants. Socioeconomic, environmental, cultural, and religious characteristics of states must be taken into account in the development of approaches to migration challenges. We highly appreciate the activities of the International Organization for Migration as one of the most significant multilateral platforms, and I would like to tell you that the Russian Federation has prepared draft legislation on the adoption of the IOM statutes. The adoption of such legislation will allow Russia, as a member of the organization, to provide new positive impulse to the international conversation. Chairman, our country, on the basis of the GCM, consistently takes measures to facilitate access to legal migration channels and to increase the degree of transparency and predictability of procedures. An important milestone in our migration policy has been the approval of a concept of state migration policy up to 2025 by our President. This concept is a roadmap for migration in our country. Currently, upon instructions from the President of the Russian Federation, we are preparing draft legislation for a federal law on the conditions of entry and exit and stay of residence for foreign citizens and persons without citizenship in the Russian Federation. The purpose is to comprehensively streamline and modernize all our migration rules. We should note the work done in Russia in recent years to simplify access to legal migration channels and make them more flexible. Many new changes were introduced to simplify procedures, issuing foreign citizens and stateless persons permits for temporary residence and migration registration. We seek to ensure for all migrants legal identity registration and proper documents. On 24 February this year, our President signed a federal law providing for stateless persons the issuance of a temporary identity card in cases where they do not have identity documents. At the same time, we are encouraging the acquisition of citizenship by such stateless persons living on our territory. In connection with the spread of the new coronavirus infection in Russia, unprecedented steps aimed at ensuring legality of stay for migrants unable to leave Russia before the previously set deadlines have been undertaken. The idea is also for them to have legal status and the opportunity to work legally, as well as to reduce epidemiological risks among foreigners and stateless persons. I'm referring in particular to the decree of the President, according to which the validity period of various documents has been suspended across our territory. These and other measures are essential for targeted support of foreigners and stateless persons in the current epidemiological situation. Migrants who have violated the terms of stay in our country are given an opportunity to declaratively settle their legal status without being expelled from the country. As of the end of 2020, 3 million citizens have availed themselves of this opportunity. I believe it's also necessary to mention that a massive vaccination effort has been deployed in respect of coronavirus from December last year. It is carried out on a voluntary basis. Citizens of Russia, foreigners permanently or temporarily residing in the country, and refugees all have access to this vaccine for free. I would also like to mention the introduction of digital technologies in the field of public services. Within our policy of expanding public services in the field of migration, we are carrying out measures to allow foreign citizens to receive remotely all documents required to work and live in Russia. The Safe City program is now being implemented in the Russian Federation to minimize violations of migration legislation and to create conditions for legal labor activities for migrants. Chairman, I would like to re-emphasize the commitment of the Russian Federation to the spirit of constructive cooperation in Asia-Pacific for the implementation of policies to strengthen international cooperation and global partnership for safe, orderly, and legal migration. Within the context of the Eurasian Economic Union, Russia, together with our partners, is working on innovative forms of interaction for effective migration management. This makes it possible to enhance the interaction of member states in the field of labor migration and to create conditions for effective regulation at the regional scale. I would like to note that Russia is making a significant contribution to migration cooperation under the auspices of ESCAP. Over the past decade, more than $1 million has been allocated to the Commission budget for thematic projects covering Northern and Central Asia, and this was provided in the form of a voluntary contribution. We are ready to continue actively participating in cooperation in the field of migration in the AP region to promote a favorable migration situation, and I thank you for your attention.
感谢俄罗斯联邦的尊敬代表，感谢您的这个发言观点。下一位发言者是瓦努阿图的尊敬代表，他是通过苦斗呢来加入我们的会议的。现在呢，我
Take the floor, followed by the distinguished delegates of China.
May I ask Vanuatu, I think you have released the mic. Can you ask for the microphone again, please? I think you released the mic too early. May I ask the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu to just ask for the mic again?
I earlier announced that the next speaker on my list is Vanuatu. Due to technical issues, I now invite the distinguished delegate of China, who is joining us in this chamber. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, dear distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. In 2018, UN General Assembly adopted the Global Compact on Migration. It's the first global instrument by the international community to address migration issue in a coordinated and comprehensive manner and provides a global framework for cooperation to promote safe, orderly, and regular migration. Migration has become one of the most distinctive features of our time. It's estimated that as of 2019, migrants from the Asian Pacific region reached 107 million, accounting for about 40% of the global migrant stock. And the labor migrants sent over $327 billion in remittances to Asia Pacific countries. Migrants make a significant contribution to the sustainable development of the destination countries through work, consumption, and tax revenues. At the same time, migrants are still faced with many difficulties and challenges, with women, children, people with disabilities, ethnic minorities, and other migrant groups facing threats to their human rights. COVID-19 epidemic threatens the lives, health, jobs, and the livelihoods of migrants. It's urgent for international community to reunite, build consensus, and coordinate responses. China would like to make the following recommendations. Firstly, we should resolutely oppose discrimination and hatred against migrants in the context of the epidemic. Hatred incidences against migrants, especially those of Asian descent, have been frequent. The international community should oppose the use of the epidemic to incite racial discrimination and hatred, and should pay more attention to safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of migrants and creating a fair and good living environment for them. Secondly, we should give full play to the positive role of migrants in the resumption of work and production. Countries of origin, transit, and destination of migrants should strengthen coordination and do a good job in the health and epidemic prevention of people crossing borders so as to prevent further spread of the epidemic due to cross-border movement. Migrants should be facilitated to retain their jobs, and their potential for economic and social development should be fully unlocked and help to achieve economic recovery. Thirdly, international cooperation should be strengthened to jointly address migration issues. All countries should firmly safeguard the international order based on international law, firmly uphold the multilateral system with the UN as its core, and strengthen the leadership and coordination role of the International Organization for Migration in global migration affairs. Countries should uphold the spirit of shared destiny, and international solidarity, help developing countries fight the epidemic and resume work and production, and reduce the number of forced and irregular migrants. Fourthly, we should continuously improve global governance on migration. Countries should do a good job in implementing the compact in accordance with the principle of respecting sovereignty and national conditions. China hopes that the International Organization for Migration will provide policy guidance and on-the-ground support for countries in implementing the compact, strengthen regional and sub-regional consultation mechanisms on migration, and form a global migration governance system with mutually supportive and complementary governance structures at the national, regional, and global levels. Mr. Chair, with the goal of promoting friendly relations between Chinese people and other peoples and promoting a safe, more prosperous, and harmonious world, the Chinese government has done a lot of fruitful work in implementing the compact. Firstly, China adheres to promoting openness, open services, safeguarding openness, and continuously improving immigration services. In April 2018, China established the National Immigration Administration to enhance the professional and international migration management with Chinese characteristics. China facilitates foreigners to work, study, and live in China, as well as to start businesses and make investments, introducing a number of immigration and entry-exit facilitation measures, improving management services for foreigners, and building a platform for exchanges and interactions of migrants. In 2019, about 670 million people entered and left China, an increase of 3.8% year-on-year. Secondly, China adheres to the people-oriented principle and protects the legitimate rights and interests of migrants in accordance with the law. China is constantly improving its immigration services administration and border control measures, distinguishing between regular and irregular migrants and safeguarding the legitimate rights and interests of migrants in accordance with the law. To date, China has signed 49 bilateral consular treaties or agreements with relevant countries. In practice, China has always adhered to the safeguarding of national sovereignty and security and carry out law enforcement activities in accordance with international laws and humanitarian principles. Thirdly, saving lives is of paramount importance, and China has done a good job in safeguarding the health of migrants. China attaches great importance to the lives and health of foreigners in China and has done a good job in preventing epidemics among foreigners. China has promptly introduced policies to facilitate the stay of foreigners in China and has guaranteed the foreigners' rights and needs to stay and live in China. And China have done its utmost to provide undifferentiated medical observations for foreigners during the epidemic, treat them equally, and guide foreigners in China to carry out epidemic prevention and in accordance with the law. Fourthly, China adheres to building a community with a shared future for mankind, continues to expand international cooperation on migration. China actively participates in multilateral and regional cooperation mechanisms on migration, such as the Global Forum on Migration and Development, the Bali Process, the Colombo Process, and the annual meetings of UN Migration Network, and carry out dialogue projects with the International Organization for Migration and the European Union in the field of migration, and carry out tripartite cooperation under the framework of the South-South Cooperation Assistance Fund, and provides assistance to migration projects in relevant African countries. Mr. Chair, China hopes that Asian Pacific countries will take this meeting as an opportunity to share their experiences in migration management, to make suggestions and recommendations for better implementation of the compact globally, and to jointly contribute to the promotion of safe, orderly, and regular movement of people worldwide, to make contribution to the implementation of 2030 agenda and promote the sustainable development of Asia-Pacific region. Thank you for your attention, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of China, for your important comments. The next speaker is the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu, who has joined us via Kudo. Vanuatu will be followed by Turkey. I invite the distinguished delegate of Vanuatu to take the floor. We've lost temporarily the delegate of Vanuatu, and so I would like to invite the ambassador of Turkey, who is in this chamber, to take the floor, followed by the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished participants, on behalf of the government of Turkey, I would like to extend my thanks to UN ESCAP and IOM, as well as Thailand as our host country, for organizing this very important event despite the pandemic. More than 2 years have passed since adoption of the Global Compact for Migration in the UN General Assembly. Turkey has actively contributed to the preparation of the compact and highly supports its humanitarian approach and emphasis on sustainable development goals. We believe that now is high time to strengthen our commitments in actualizing the goals of the compact as agreed upon. Turkey has been the largest refugee country in the world for the last 6 years. Due to our geographical location at the epicenter of mixed migratory routes between Asia and Europe, we're home to millions of migrants throughout history. We make sure that migrants and refugees have access to all the basic services, including health, education, and legal support. We are committed to implementing the GCM objectives in various fields. We look at migration as a topic not to be feared, but managed. Thanks to the guidance of the IOM, last year we've submitted our first national report touching upon our achievements so far in terms of GCM's implementation. We will continue to build on those achievements. We're also pleased with the establishment of National United Nations Migration Network in Turkey. Without a doubt, this mechanism will further strengthen our cooperation with the UN entities and other member states. Irregular migration, transnational crimes, including migrant smuggling and human trafficking, are among our common concerns. However, we cannot truly tackle these issues with desperate, short-sighted measures such as pushing back or ill-treating migrants and encouraging anti-migrant discourses. Migration management should be based on three main pillars. First is to address the root causes triggering mixed migratory flows. This can only happen by supporting source countries to overcome their political, social, and economic instabilities, and enhancing their sectoral capacity for employment creation and education. This support should be delivered hand in hand with transit countries. COVID-19 adds on the current challenges source countries are facing. If we fail to extend our support to them now, new migratory flow crises will be the least of our worries. In this regard, Turkey continues to extend a helping hand to countries in their struggle against the pandemic. Since the beginning of the pandemic, we have assisted 157 countries. Second is to open up legal pathways for regular migration. GCM highly emphasizes this aspect. Given the opportunity, people will not risk their lives to embark on dangerous journeys. Finally, to maintain our humanitarian approach at all costs. Human rights and international law are universal and inalienable. There can be no grounds to violate the fundamental rights of migrants and leave them to die at the high sea or territorial waters. Our efforts under the umbrella of GCM must be built on this vital principle. What we need the most are responsibility and burden sharing at the regional and global levels. Despite our burden, we make utmost efforts to uphold these pillars and support the meticulous work of IOM and UN Migration Network. We cannot achieve tangible results with the efforts of few countries. There has to be unity and cohesion. So I invite all the member states and stakeholders to think beyond the daily political interests and work together for a common future. Thank you.
Thank you, the distinguished ambassador of Turkey, for your remarks. The next speaker on my list is the distinguished delegate of the Philippines, to be followed by Japan.
Distinguished delegate of Philippines, you have to release your mic. You're on
All
mute.
right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and a pleasant good morning to all delegates attending this regional review of the Global Compact on Migration. The Philippines, as a staunch advocate of the protection of the rights and the promotion of the welfare of migrants, appreciates this opportunity to share its experiences and positive impacts of the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration since its adoption by the UN General Assembly in December 2018. We thank the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific and the Regional UN Migration Network for organizing this meeting to review the implementation of the GCM. The Philippines is one of the countries that was actively engaged in the consultation and negotiations leading to the adoption of the GCM. Being a migrant-sending country with over 10 million overseas Filipinos, the Philippines has developed a migration governance framework and established institutions to serve Filipino migrants in their communities abroad. Our 4 decades of lessons learned from actual practice and experience abroad serve us well in the negotiation and implementation of the GCM. Our demonstrated commitment enabled the Philippines to serve as one of the GCM champion countries from the Asia-Pacific region. We argued during the negotiations that the objectives of the Global Compact are practical and doable. So we do our part as member states to make this important document a reality after its adoption. Allow me now then to share to you some milestones on the implementation of the GCM in the Philippines. First, this year, a new chapter in international migration and development was added to the Philippine Development Plan of 2017 to 2022. This new chapter is primarily based on the GCM, crafted through an inclusive process in a whole of government and a whole of society approach, and aims to ensure safety and protection of both Filipino migrants overseas and foreign nationals in the Philippines, as they contribute to the sustainable development And this new chapter in our National Development Plan is a key to our national implementation plan of the GCM. Second, the Philippine government partnered with the IOM Philippines and other UN agencies in the Philippines in launching the BRIDGE program in December 2020. The BRIDGE aims to connect recruitment and return and reintegration in the Philippines, thus implementing GCM Objective 6 on ethical recruitment and Objective 21 on return and reintegration. The BRIDGE program is one of the recipients of the Multipurpose Trust Fund, a startup funding mechanism of the UN Migration Network, to support countries in its implementation of the Global Compact. It was selected from among 76 proposals from 56 countries and regarded as one of the best proposals for the implementation of the GCM. Third, the Philippines fully supports the UN Migration Network Multi-Purpose Trust Fund. The Philippines sits as a member of the steering group of the fund, and despite its limited resources, the Philippines will contribute this year a modest amount to the fund. Fourth, using the GCM Objective 23 as a platform for cooperation and partnership, the Philippines collaborated with the Kingdom of Bahrain in the successful prosecution in Bahrain of a case of human trafficking and sexual exploitation. What makes this case unique is the fact that the complainants, which we call trafficking victors, are already in the Philippines when this case was filed in Bahraini court, and was done without the mutual legal assistance treaty between the Philippines and Bahrain. And fifth, during the pandemic, the Philippines has embarked on a massive repatriation of distressed Filipinos. To date, the Philippine government has facilitated the repatriation of 920,076 Filipinos, comprising of 437,268 land-based workers, 308,917 sea-based workers, and 170,978 non-migrant workers. The Department of Foreign Affairs alone has repatriated 381,663 Filipino migrants back to the Philippines. And for those who could not be repatriated, financial assistance was provided to them. Excellencies, the Philippines values GCM as a primary framework in addressing gaps in its migration governance. The GCM also reinforces the Philippines' blueprint in improving welfare of migrants in all stages of migration. The GCM has been fully useful during the COVID pandemic, when international cooperation proved to be very important in ensuring humane and decent treatment of migrants. Excellencies, our collective commitment to implement the GCM principles and objectives is a reminder for all of us to be inclusive in responding to the pandemic, to leave no migrant behind, especially in the COVID-19 vaccination plans. As the Secretary General of the UN said, no one is safe until everyone is safe. In closing, the Philippines strongly encourages all ESCAP member states and stakeholders to continue taking steps towards the progressive realization of the GCM objectives, keeping in mind that our respective GCM national plans and later global action plans should always be for the benefit of migrants and should always contribute to sustainable development. And before I leave, I'll take this opportunity to invite all of you to a side event on labor mobility, which will be held tomorrow from 12 to 1 p.m., which the Philippines co-organized with the UN regional offices for Asia and the Pacific and the Middle East. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of the Philippines, which is one of the Asia-Pacific GCM champion countries. Next speaker is the distinguished delegate of Japan, joining us by Kyudo, to be followed by Vanuatu. You have the floor, Japan.
For giving me the floor, and good morning from Tokyo. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Japan was among the first countries to decide to provide support for responding to COVID-19 pandemic through international organizations as early as March last year. In line with this, Japan provided $6 million to the IOM to support border management authorities and vulnerable people displaced by COVID-19 in 9 countries, including Iran, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. These assistance mainly focus on 4 areas. 1, coordination with related organizations and ministries. 2, risk communications activities. 3, surveillance including assessment of returning migrants. 4, support for preparedness and response to the COVID-19 at points of entry. More concretely, these include distribution of PPE and disinfectant at border points, distribution of sanitary kits and food to returning migrants at isolation facilities, repairment of medical facilities along the border. On the other hand, due to the spread of the COVID-19, the project period has been extended from the original plan in every country. Such example of stagnant progress includes delayed cases due to difficulty in access to the IMO staff caused by lockdown restrictions, and cases that the school, which has been used as a detention facility for quarantine during temporary closure, became unavailable due to the resumption of class, which resulted in urgent need for setting up new isolation facilities. Therefore, Japan believes it seems necessary to give some flexibility to the future COVID-19 support plan because it's difficult to predict in advance when and how long the lockdown measure will take place. Finally, Japan would also like to touch upon the importance of human security. Vulnerable populations are greatly affected by COVID-19, and effort must be made to realize a society where leave no one behind. It is important to protect vulnerable groups such as migrants and refugees and to empower them. This approach based on the concept of human security should be promoted. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Japan, for your remarks, which touched on a number of topics, including the important topic of human security. The next speaker on my list is this distinguished speaker of delegate of Vanuatu, followed by the Lao PDR. Vanuatu, you have the floor.
Participants, I bring you warm greetings from beautiful Vanuatu. And on behalf of the Vanuatu government, I thank you for the invitation to participate in this important regional review. Allow me at the outset to thank the ESCAP Secretariat for the tireless effort made putting together document ESCAP/GCM/2021/1, and no doubt for the hours spent organizing this regional review. Chair, migration and displacement are a way of life for the people of Vanuatu, integral to our history, our present, and our future. Like other nations, Vanuatu is a country of origin, transit, and destination for migrants from different parts of the world. Vanuatu is the largest provider of migrant labor to Australia and New Zealand in the Pacific region. And these programs generate huge volumes of remittances for our communities every year, but also expose our citizens to risks and vulnerabilities, not only for those who migrate, but also for the families and children left behind. Vanuatu has also been ranked the most at-risk country in the world to disasters by the World Risk Index. And Vanuatu is comprised of over 83 islands which experience frequent cyclones, flood, storms, drought, as well as volcanic eruptions and slow onset processes such as sea level rise. The International Monetary Fund has estimated that Vanuatu has a 57% chance of suffering a significant disaster related to natural hazards each year, with losses predicted at almost half of our GDP, if not more. The impacts of natural hazards can also be exacerbated by human factors, such as through land conflicts and urbanization. These are all pressures which combine with other factors to motivate Vanuatu people to leave their communities of origin in search of new livelihoods, both within Vanuatu and overseas. Thus, there are certain objectives of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration that are of the highest priority for Vanuatu, including Objectives 6 and 7 on facilitating the conditions for ethical work and reducing vulnerabilities in migration. Improving migrant labor conditions for our region is even more important when you consider our history. And many among the Vanuatu diaspora in Australia can trace their ancestry to the practice of blackbirding between 1847 and 1901, when thousands of Vanuatu were taken to Australia as indentured laborers to work on the sugar plantations. We are also want the family members and communities of those who stay behind to benefit from these migratory experiences, not be placed under additional pressure because key household members are not there. This is particularly important for the children of migrant workers. Objective 2 of the GCM is also important as it seeks to minimize the adverse and structural factors that compel people to leave their country of origin. If our citizens choose to leave Vanuatu or participate in seasonal work overseas, we want it to be because they have a choice, not because they have no option. Lastly, the COVID-19 pandemic has had multifaceted impacts on Vanuatu. The Vanuatu government has imposed restrictions mostly on international movements, and migrants and their families have been particularly affected, especially through reduced remittances. And the Vanuatu government remains committed to containing risks of contracting the virus for all its citizens and residents, including migrants. These are a selection of the key issues Vanuatu is currently facing in relation to migration. The Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration is an important opportunity for Vanuatu to share its experience with other nations in the region and to learn from the best practices shared by other member states. Thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to further discussion on this important topics.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Vanuatu, for the insights on Vanuatu's migration experience. The next speaker is the distinguished delegate of the Lao PDR, joining us by Kudo, to be followed by Timor-Leste. Lao PDR, you have the floor.
Excellency, distinguished delegate, at the outset, on behalf of my delegation, I would like to express my profound congratulations to you and all members of the Bureau for organizing this regional review on the Global Compact, on the implementation of the Global Compact on safe, ordinary, and regular migration during this most challenging time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Chair, the GCM has been adopted in 2018 with its comprehensive objective to fostering international cooperation in the area of migration. The convening of the Asia-Pacific review of the implementation of the GCM is timely relevant. As a least developed and only landlocked country in the region, has given LAPDR a more complex phenomenon on migration flow and has been considered as a country of origin, transit, and destinations for migrations. My delegation shares the view that apart from the increasing level of connectivity, poverty and inequalities in development remains a major driving force for people to migrate in searching for better economic opportunity and better livelihood. While recognizing the significant role of migrants in poverty reductions, they are often among the most vulnerable group in the situation of uncertainty, such as the current global health crisis. The recent socio-economic impact assessment on the COVID-19 in the country shows that the lockdown in neighboring countries at the start of the crisis led to a significant increase in unemployment and subsequent loss of income among our migration populations. It is believed that not only migrants themselves are at great risk, but it adds to the distress of poor households that relies on remittance for the last share of their income, and where the household lack of social protection options, job opportunity, and affordable credit. In this connection, the Lao government attaches great importance to addressing migration and migration-related issues, especially during the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes the ensuring of responding measures, the revisions of and adoption of relevant regulation and law related to migrations, set up public employment center to provide information on safe migration and job counseling, poverty eradication and improving the well-being of the people has always been the utmost priorities in the implementation of our 5-year National Socio-Economic Development Plan, or NSEDP. Proper migrations will contribute to reducing poverty, inequality, and organized crime, including human trafficking, or trafficking persons. It is believed that effective cooperation and joint efforts in international community in addressing migration challenges will contribute to positive development outcome and the realizing of the implementation of the lofty 2030 development agenda. At the same time, we should enhance our effort in reducing incident and negative impact of irregular migration through regional and international cooperation and measures put forward in this GCM. To this end, all member states, together with United Nations agency and other stakeholders, have to identify a number of actions for further cooperation and implementation of the GCM. On this note, it is important to highlight a few key areas that require special attention, namely, to encourage member states to develop network for exchange of knowledge and best practices, peer learning, and coordination among countries in the region as means to facilitate an implementation of the GCM. To scale up and always wave a means to enhance initiative at strategic policy and project level. To deepen understanding and objective of the modality of the GCM among authority concerned at all levels. In conclusions, the LAPDR reaffirmed its commitment to the implementation of the GCM. We would also like to thank the UN country team, including IOM and other development partners, for their valuable and continued support and assistance rendered to the Lao government in addressing its development challenges. We look forward to further enhancing our partnership for realizations of National Socio-Economic Development Plan as well as effective implementation of the GCM at the national level. I thank you for your kind attention.
I would like to thank the distinguished delegate of the Lao PDR for his remarks, and I would now like to invite the distinguished delegate of Timor-Leste to take the floor, joining us by Kudo. Timor-Leste will be followed by India. Timor-Leste, you have the floor.
Excellency Chair, distinguished delegates, it is with great honor that, despite this challenging time, we are participating virtually in this important meeting today to discuss the developments and challenges in the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration in Asia and Pacific. Timor-Leste has experienced displacement of its people as refugees in many countries in the world throughout its history. Today, many of Timorese people emigrate abroad for studies and employment opportunities. Timor-Leste also serves as a destination country for a considerable number of immigrants to help fill the labor gaps that our growing economy require. Therefore, Timor-Leste strongly believes that GCM is a critical framework that will provide an opportunity to improve the mobility of Timorese citizens, inform national migration policies to strengthen labor migration efforts, border control, as well as combating human trafficking and migrant smuggling, and establish a complete and coordinated approach to address all aspects of international migration. Excellency Chair, distinguished delegates, the government of Timor-Leste is fully committed to ensuring that migration is voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly. Therefore, as part of our efforts, Timor-Leste has signed 2 bilateral agreements with the Republic of Korea and Australia to provide overseas work program opportunities to Timorese citizens to have the chance to work abroad for a fixed amount of time. One of Timor-Leste's priorities is to combat human trafficking in the context of international migration. As a result, Timor-Leste has ratified several key conventions on migration, introduced critical legislation, and actively involved in regional cooperation, such as the Bali Process on people smuggling, trafficking in person, and related transnational crime, to ensure that the rights of migrants are protected. Timor-Leste has benefited from the remittance of its migrant workers abroad, where currently serve as the second highest contribution to our national income. These again emphasize the important role that migrant labor has in contributing to the attainment of the Timor-Leste Sustainable Development Goals agenda. To scale up this contribution, the government of Timor-Leste is currently developing gender-inclusive national diaspora policy that recognizes the Timorese diaspora potential in contributing towards sustainable development and reforming institutions to promote the faster, safer, and cheaper transfer of remittances. Excellency Chair, distinguished delegates, despite important achievements, several challenges in the area of migration remains a national concern. Most Timorese workers abroad are working as low-skilled laborers. Therefore, there are more to be done in empowering labor skills to provide them with better opportunities abroad. Data availability on migration is still lacking, which is a serious challenge for the government to develop evidence-based decision-making. There are also significant improvements that need to be done in the area of control and management. Excellency Chair, distinguished delegates, to conclude, given the importance of migration in contributing to the sustainable development of Timor-Leste, and recognizing the need to strengthen international cooperation to address the issues of international operations, the government of Timor-Leste is fully committed to implementing the GCM. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, the distinguished delegate of Timor-Leste, for your remarks. I've been advised by the Secretariat that the audio quality of the remarks was insufficient to allow proper interpretation, and therefore would request the kind consideration of the delegation of Timor-Leste to provide a written copy of the remarks, which will be posted on the website of the meeting. And thank you again, the delegation of Timor-Leste. The next speaker is the distinguished delegate of India, to be followed by Cambodia. India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I congratulate you on your election as the Vice Chair of this regional review meeting, and I also take this opportunity to congratulate the Chair and the two other Vice Chairs on their election. I thank the ESCAP Secretariat for their efforts towards preparation of documents and organization of this meeting. Mr. Chair, today the issue of migration faces unforeseen challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration is all the more important. India is one of the biggest migrants sending countries, but with a rate of immigration less than half of the world's average. It is also a fact that we are also among the major countries of destination and transit. We see migration as a complex and multidimensional phenomenon that requires global cooperation so that all countries can reap the benefits from safe, orderly, and regular migration. The Compact recognizes the complexity of migration issues and its different impact on each country and acknowledges national sovereignty as the main guiding principle for the Compact. The Compact has struck a balance between international cooperation framework and migration management and the salience of national realities, policies, and priorities in the migration process. Today's knowledge and innovation-driven economies require mobility of persons just as capital, goods, and services. Regular migration is also a driver of economic growth and sustainable development, including in the Asia-Pacific region. The Compact should continue to focus on efforts to make remittance from migrants faster, safer, and cheaper, and address issues of portability of social security entitlements and earned benefits, mutual recognition of educational qualifications and skills, ensuring non-discrimination against migrant workers, consular protection and assistance, as well as enhancing pathways for regular migration. The pandemic has posed distinct challenges to the migrant population, livelihoods of many of whom were adversely affected. India had made it a priority to ensure that all those who wanted to come back to India can do so in a safe and reliable way. We launched the Vande Bharat mission in May 2020 to facilitate return of our people through air, land, and sea. Till January 2021, more than 500,000 stranded Indian nationals have returned safely to India from across the world. At the same time, we also facilitated safe repatriation of the foreign nationals to their countries. Mr. Chair, in May 2020, we also launched a digital portal called SWADES, SWADES, Skilled Workers Arrival Database for Employment Support, to conduct a skill mapping exercise for the returning citizens under the Vande Bharat mission who may have lost or were facing uncertainty regarding employment opportunities in the countries they were returning from. This portal aims to create a database of qualified citizens based on their skill sets and experience to tap into and fulfill demand of Indian and foreign companies back home. This has facilitated a strategic framework to provide the returning citizens with suitable employment opportunities through discussions with key stakeholders, including state governments, industry associations, and employers. Our government accords top priority to ensuring a safe, orderly, legal, and humane migration process. Our national institutional framework for migrants' welfare and protection has undergone a transformational change in recent years. On the regulatory front, the e-migrate system has ushered in greater accountability and transparency in the recruitment process. We are enhancing the skill sets of our migrants through programs like the Pravasi Kushal Vikas Yojana and its standardized certification. The follow-up and review process should continue to be used on dialogue among states for building consensus on various issues and addressing new challenges brought to the fore by the pandemic. India looks forward to continuing our engagement with partners to facilitate safe, orderly, and regular migration for the benefit of migrants themselves. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of India, and India has been one of the countries which has launched major operations to bring back its citizens from abroad over the past year. The next speaker is the distinguished delegate of Cambodia, to be followed by the Republic of Korea. I invite Cambodia to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Excellency Chair. On behalf of the Ministry of Labour and Training of Kingdom Cambodia, I have the honor to brief this regional review with the national mechanism currently being placed for the management migrant workers by making progress and tackling challenges with regard to the implementation of global process for the migrant, including implication of COVID-19. Aiming at the mitigation of factors hindering people from really sustainable livelihood in the country, to reduce risk of people at different stages of migration and employment, to address the community's concerns while society undergoing environment changes, and to create a condition for stating the contribution of migrant workers to national sustainable development. The Royal Government of Cambodia has put in place national mechanism for the management of migration for employment with a purpose in that migration for employment is voluntary, regularly, safe and orderly. Migrants are protected through right-based and border management rules. Integration and of migrant development supported. And public debate for site and regular strengthened. In the management of in the mechanism that has been made and put in place by Royal Government of Cambodia can be cited as follows. The Ministry of Labour and Training is the Ministry in management of workers in collaboration with the Ministry of Interior and Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation. Private sector are also engaged in the process. Employment policy of Cambodia 2025, debate policy of Cambodia 2020-2025, and labor market policy for Cambodia 2019 and 2023. Labor law, law on social security, etc. Sub-degree 190 in 2008 Cambodia migrant workers abroad. Development strategy plan for field labor and training 2019 and 2023. 5-year national plan for counter trafficking 2019-2023. Bilateral agreement between Cambodia and countries on management of workers. Besides this, regional and international instruments related to labor migration have also been observed during the establishment process of national policy, law and regulation on management of migrant workers. For the global compact for safe, orderly and regular migration, it was adopted in 2018. The Ministry of Labour and Training has taken part in implementing 23 of adopted objectives in parallel with the national strategic activity and policies. Among these objectives, the first and the 23rd were chosen as priority objectives during the first 4-year period. The first one related to utilize accurate and integrated data as basis for evidence-based policies. The 23rd, strengthening international cooperation and partnerships for orderly and regular migration. All activities of the ministry in the management of migrants for overseas employment shall also participate in the prevention and combating the human trafficking while domiciliary one of the 6 subcommittees under the National Committee for Trafficking of Cambodia. There is a implementing 5-year national trafficking plan for 2019-2023. Implementation of this objective of the global safe orderly migration, as well as the implementation of the labor migration policy for Cambodia 2019-2023. The Ministry of Labor and Planning Cambodia really welcomes technical assistance of the international specialized organization and support from other governments as well as the development partners for enhancing its efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Cambodia for his remarks. We are encountering some problems with audio quality from certain delegations. Your recent remarks was not of sufficient audio quality for a proper translation, and so we would request that a written copy of your remarks be provided to the Secretariat so that it could be posted on the conference website. And thank you, the delegation of Cambodia, for your cooperation. And in order to assist the Secretariat in facilitating the rest of the meeting, if delegations taking the floor could consider taking off their face masks, this might assist in ensuring that your message is heard clearly and interpretation can be carried out in a proper manner. The next speaker is the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea, to be followed by Turkmenistan. The Republic of Korea, you have the floor.
This venue. I'm the Republic representative, and I am very pleased to participate in this first Asia Pacific regional review. Just 1 second. 굉장히 울리거든. Sorry. Thank you for your patience. 울려 계속. First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the government of the Kingdom of Thailand for this great initiative. And I would like to extend my warm congratulations to all elected board members today. 너무 울려서 말을 못하겠어. 걷는다. Acknowledging a cooperative approach is needed to optimize the overall benefits of migration while addressing its risks and challenges. One of the objectives of immigration policies of the ROK is future-oriented governance based on cooperation. To achieve this objective, we would like to strengthen international collaboration to recognize common responsibilities and establish common objectives for all countries. In accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals, our government strives to facilitate the migration and integration of people by implementing planned and well-managed migration policy. With an emphasis on policies relevant to international migration, our government introduced the Framework Act on treatment of foreigners residing in the ROK. Moreover, it has designed the basic plan for policies on foreigners. This plan involves attracting immigrants and providing integration support for them. We also contributed to the development of labor-sending countries by guaranteeing freedom of remittance and transferring technical knowledge through migrants. GCM objectives are well reflected in our national policy through the third basic plan for policies on foreigners effective until 2022. To realize the vision of the safe Korea respecting human rights and diversity, the government aims to enhance availability and flexibility of pathways for regular migration on the basis of the public consensus. International migration is indispensable to address imminent demographic shifts caused by low birth rate, aging, and labor shortage. The government aims to earn public consensus on this matter, which can open doors to immigration policies. In our basic plan, we prioritize an integrated society supported by the engagement and self-reliance of migrants, which is in line with the GCM Objective 16. Empower migrants and societies to realize full inclusion and social cohesion. By abiding to this goal, we hope to create an environment where Korean nationals and immigrants coexist and enhance national discourse on international migration. This can encourage immigrant success and self-reliance, which can lead to personal accomplishment and maximal contribution to the society. Finally, I would like to address responses to COVID-19, which affects us globally. Relevant government organizations are responding to the pandemic in a whole-of-governmental manner by establishing the Central Disaster and Safety Countermeasures Headquarters. Policies to curb the spread of COVID-19 are determined based on the following principles: openness, impartiality, and transparency. Especially in order to address the specific situation of migrants in the country and to protect both nationals and migrants from COVID-19, our government implements the following measures. All people are offered free testing and treatment. The Immigration Contact Center provides multilingual support to non-nationals with advice on how to act in the midst of the pandemic. As we have seen some non-nationals unable to return to one's home country due to border closure, we have either extended their visa or lowered requirements for visa extension. Through IT system development, non-nationals can gain online access to immigration services. To encourage irregular migrants to get tested without fear of being revealed, we have exempted health authorities from relaying their personal information to law enforcement authorities. I hope that this venue encourages international migration cooperation and mutual understanding. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of the Republic of Korea for your important remarks. And the next speaker is the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan, to be followed by the distinguished delegate of the United States in the room. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan to take the floor.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good morning. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy Representative of the Migration Service, Turkmenistan. On behalf of the delegation of Turkmenistan, I convey to you my greetings at this regional review meeting, and I express our gratitude for the cooperation. We have generally supported the decision of the UN in respect of the GCM as the basis for comprehensive treatment of the paradigm of migration for it to be safe, orderly, and regular. Migration is such a complex, multifaceted issue that it requires such multifaceted treatment involving all the countries of the world that are concerned, including mine. As regards our country, we pursue a peaceful policy of mutual cooperation and an inclusive approach with the structures of the civil society, international government, international organizations. We have created a mechanism for interagency cooperation in respect of the application of the GCM in Turkmenistan. The coordinating body is the Migration Authority of Turkmenistan. Our efforts in this respect demonstrate our commitment to the goals of the SDGs. We launched the implementation in Turkmenistan, the involvement of a number of organizations involved with migration, in particular the representative of IOM, which is supporting us aligned with our national goals. Most of the overall goals of the GCM have already been enshrined in legislative and other high-level documents. I would like to point out that the measures implemented in my country under this or that goal of the GCM is interactive with all the others. We need to intensify our efforts in terms of our partnership with the civil society. The measures implemented by Turkmenistan will make it possible for us to better assess our progress in terms of our strategic potential and we use in particular disaggregated data to monitor our progress into the future. Achieving positive progress in respect of the GCM within the UN network is conducted under the aegis of the principles of the universal human rights and within the international community. I should also note that the governing principles of the GCM are also at the basis of our domestic legislation on migrants, gender, and protection of children. We work in accordance with the goals of the GCM in terms, in particular, of facilitating transport and the movement of migrants, the facilitation of paperwork and registration, and we seek to broaden the work opportunities for different types of migrants on our territory. And we seek to implement as much as possible the rights of migrants on a par with those of our own citizens. And this applies in particular to educational and healthcare access. We have a national plan of action including the different measures in respect of voluntary return of migrants if they so desire, with the necessary documentation for exit. Our legislation seeks to protect also the rights of domestic migrants. As regards transit migration, we stress our cooperation in the international arena, and we have adopted a national strategy of fighting terrorism and international criminal activity. We are consistently improving our legislation and our praxis with a view to protecting all people, whatever their migratory status. We are committed to our international obligations under the SDGs to ensure safe, orderly, and regular migration. And we adopt in our domestic practice the principles adopted at the international level. We take part in seminars and dialogues to further adapt and improve our instruments. My country shoulders its responsibilities in the implementation of the UN resolution on the announcement of 2021 as the year of international peace and mutual trust. And at the 75th UNGA, we proposed that there should be such a forum of international peace and trust in 2021. However, the pandemic took place last year, and we launched a strategy at the state level to react appropriately against the pandemic with the necessary social and economic measures to fight the effects of the pandemic. As a consequence of this, we adopted a whole package of measures of a sanitary and health nature. Turkmenistan has been, as you can see, very active in addressing all these issues. However, we cannot sit back. We need to step up our activities at the international level. Once again, I would like to thank the IOM and other organizations for their support and cooperation in our intensification of our efforts in this challenging period. We would like to call upon the international community to continue supporting actively the cause of migrants and of stateless persons, and both sending and receiving countries to intensify their international activity to implement fully the goals of the GCM. Turkmenistan is committed to international partnership for our respective and mutual flourishing. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Turkmenistan for his comments. And I would now like to invite the distinguished delegate of the United States here in this room to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, migration is a challenge, a responsibility, and an opportunity that we all share. No single country can manage migration on its own. International cooperation among states, international and multilateral organizations, and civil society is critical to ensure safe, orderly, and humane migration. The Global Compact on Migration underscores the importance of this international cooperation. It is a framework that can help optimize the benefits of migration while addressing the risks and challenges for individuals and communities in countries of origin, transit, and destination. And the Compact helps to encourage and enable governments and other stakeholders to share responsibilities more effectively, including here in Asia. The Global Compact on Migration is grounded on the values of state sovereignty, responsibility sharing, non-discrimination, and respect for human rights. The United States shares these same values, and we are committed to working with other countries to realize these values. That is why the United States is closely reviewing our position towards the Global Compact on Migration. Our intent is to support its implementation in close coordination with the international community. Over the coming year, you will see America re-engaging in multilateral fora. You will see us re-establishing relationships with international organizations. And you will see us demonstrating to the world that we value humane, orderly, and fair migration policies. We know our work starts at home. That is why, on his first day in office, President Biden proposed to the United States Congress a new immigration reform package that prioritizes keeping families together, growing the U.S. economy, managing our borders, and ensuring that the United States remains a refuge for those fleeing persecution. It has been said that America is a nation of immigrants, and our goal is to enable both newly arrived immigrants and people who have lived in the United States for generations to more fully contribute to our country. Last week, the U.S. administration released the Interim National Security Strategic Guidance. It emphasized that America will re-engage the world across a range of critical issues, from climate change to global health, peace and security, humanitarian response, revitalizing democracy and human rights, advancing gender equality, LGBTI rights, and women's empowerment, connectivity and technology governance, sustainable and inclusive development, and certainly forced displacement and migration. As we do this, we will work with you. And as we review our policy, we look forward to working together with you on migration, to face common challenges and to find solutions that protect the human rights and dignity of all people. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I would like to thank the distinguished delegate of the United States for his comments, which also touched upon the priorities of the new administration of President Biden. With these remarks, we have now exhausted the list of speakers for the morning and have come to the end of our first session. Please note that agenda item 2 will continue in this afternoon's session. The distinguished ambassador and permanent representative of Bangladesh to ESCAP, His Excellency Mr. Mohammed Abdul Hai, will guide the deliberations in this afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, once this meeting is adjourned, may I encourage all distinguished delegates to join in a side event scheduled over the lunch break starting at 12:30. The list of all side events, including their connection details, have been posted on the meeting website, and I would kindly request that you return to this meeting by 1400 hours, by 2 o'clock Bangkok time. I now invite the Secretary to make some housekeeping announcements. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, as kindly informed by the Chair, we have a series of side events during this three-day meeting, hosted by different member states, UN entities, and other partners on several topics linked to international migration and GCM. These will be held virtually with separate links. The first side event is organized by the International Committee of the Red Cross, entitled A Migrant's Journey, A Human Perspective and Humanitarian Implications. It is held during this lunch break from 12:30 to 1:30 p.m. virtually. Please refer to the ESCAP meeting website, click on the Side Events tab, and you will see the link to register and access the side event. For delegates physically present, please be informed that the International Cafeteria is located on the first floor of this UNCC building. In addition, you will find the Rajpuruk Lounge, located on the ground floor of the building, which serves various light meals, pastries, coffee, and beverages. As indicated by the Chair, we all meet again at 2 p.m. to resume Agenda Item 2, and we'd be grateful for your cooperation to make sure we keep to the schedule. Please enjoy the lunch and the side event. Over to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The meeting is now adjourned at 12 o'clock Bangkok time. See you this afternoon.
If you do not
The meeting is called to order. I shall thank you for the trust bestowed on me to serve as one of your vice chair for this meeting. I now continue with agenda item 2 that you have started this morning. Once again, delegation present here wishing to take the floor may do so by raising their flag. Delegations who are joining us virtually through Kudo may do so by asking for the floor using function available in Kudo. Please note that the Kudo chat box is to be used for technical questions only and not for comments. For those wishing to make comments, we request that you press the request to speak button in Kudo and make your comment directly to the floor. The Secretariat will help compile the speakers list in order in which the requests have been made, both physically as well as through Kudo. I now open the floor for the delegates. Thank you very much. No request. Who will speak? There is no request.
Okay, then we go with this one.
I ask again whether any country delegate would like to make their presentation. Please, country delegate. I could see Vietnam. Please proceed with your presentation, Vietnam. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, distinguished delegates, first of all, let me express our appreciation to ESCAP and the United Nations Network on Migration for Asia, the Pacific, for organizing the regional review today. We hope that the review will create a new prospect of cooperation in the region to implement the GCM more broadly and coherently. I wish to quickly update the progress in implementation of the GCM in our country, Vietnam. First, in the last 2 years, Vietnam issued and amended a number of laws and regulations related to residence migration, labor migration, and nationality, developed a national program on human trafficking prevention and the combat for the period 2021-2025 with a vision to 2030. In particular, the adoption of the law on Vietnamese guest workers 2020 with provision on prohibiting brokerage fees, limiting and reducing allowable services fees chargeable to migrant workers is an important step toward increased protection of migrant workers as labor migration is the dominant migration type in Vietnam, greatly contributing to the economic development of the country. Second, we have put in place the National Population Data Center in August 2020 and issued Vietnam's Sustainable Development Indicators in 2020, including indicators 10.6.1 to calculate recruitment cost borne by employees as a proportion of income earned in the country of destination. Vietnam is currently collecting the centralizing data on international migration from and into Vietnam every 6 months and 1 year. The data serve as important basis for evidence-based migration policies aimed at promoting regular and safe migration, fair and ethical recruitment. Third, Vietnam has strengthened international cooperation to grant consular protection for Vietnamese citizens during the migration cycle. IOM and ILO continue to support the activities of the Migrant Workers Resource Centers and Migrant Resource Centers. We thank IMO for assistance in the carrying out projects on enhancing the ability of citizen protection in the event of an overseas crisis and promoting the health of migrants. However, there are still many gaps and challenges in the implementation of DCM, which has remarkably emerged in the time of COVID-19. The rights of migrants are not duly addressed, the risks of irregular migration, human trafficking, and shortage of resources still remain. Therefore, we think that the regional review should not only to cover the landscape of migrants in the region and the overall progress of the implementation, but also works to shape the possible roadmap and framework to assist countries in the effectively implementing the DCM. This helps to overcome negative impact of COVID-19 on migration and the implementation of objectives, thereby ensuring regular, safe, and orderly migration both regionally and globally in the long run. Vietnam also requests the United Nations Network on Migration to support member countries during the implementation process based on each country priority, especially those which have developed a concrete implementation plan, including Vietnam, and on issues of mutual concern, such as building, improving migration data for policy formulation. Once again, I would like to extend our sincere thanks to the organizers for their efforts to convene the regional review amid the pandemic's complicated development. I thank you.
To raise their hand to present their statement. Any country delegate, please. Okay. Anyone on Kudo would like to raise flag to speak out at this moment? Our colleagues who are on Kudo, please raise your hand. Okay, I could see Nepal. Please go ahead with your presentation from delegate from Nepal. Please, Nepalese delegation can present this statement. Thank you. The country delegate present here? Yes. Yeah? Okay. May I again ask our country delegate present here to raise their hand for making their statement? Please. No, nobody has raised their hand. Pardon? Your mic. Release your mic. Yeah. Nepal to please release your mic. Who will release your mic? Can you please ask Nepal to release its mic? Okay. May I request our Nepalese colleague to use the mic to join the session, please. Oh, there is a technical problem.
Nepal, would you please press request to speak button once, and please do not press it twice. Thank you. You have the floor now, Nepal, so please do not press release the mic and then just unmute and turn on the video. Thank you. Nepal, you are online.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. As the world continues to face unpredictable, as the world continues to face unprecedented challenges created by COVID-19, the need of global and regional collaborative efforts to address the situation is ever more felt. The pandemic exposed to us to various challenges, the gap, and we observed migrant, in particular migrant workers, were along the vulnerable population. With over 3 million people living and working out of the country at any given time, migrants and migration have contributed immensely to the multidimensional development of Nepal. Migrant workers were along the valuable population. With over 3 million people living and working out of the country at any given time, migrant and migration have contributed immensely to the multidimensional development of Nepal, remittance contributing over 25% equivalent of GDP. Nepal is preparing to formulate a national framework to help reintegrate the returnees migrant into social and economic instance. This framework will condense the existing reintegration and social protection efforts in Nepal. For example, Prime Minister Employment Program is a national flagship program targeting the most vulnerable by providing employment opportunity based on the principle of social protection. Nepal is in the process of finalizing the national strategy on GCM implementation. The forthcoming budget will gradually incorporate the objective of the GCM, making local government responsible to achieve selective objective outlined in the GCM document in a whole of government and society approach. Thank you very much.
From Nepal for your presentation. Your reference to reintegration of migrant population on their return to the national economy takes special attention in our policy perspective. May I again request, is there any more delegate who would like to join on Kudo? Please raise your flag. Any delegate who would like to join this session on Kudo, please. Nobody.
Let us call on Intergovernmental organization, are there any representatives?
Stakeholders.
No, intergovernmental organizations.
Intergovernmental.
Organizations.
Okay. So now I call upon the intergovernmental organizations to join the sessions. They can raise their flag to join the session, please. No, the first would be IOM, yeah? So may I request delegate from IOM to make the presentation, then OECD delegate would be on the next speaker. Thank you. Yeah, after OECD, OHCR, you should be ready to make your presentation. Thank you.
No. IOM to release its mic, please. IOM to release its mic.
Pardon?
IOM to release its mic, please.
IOM would be the first.
Please allow me to begin by applauding all represented here today at this important discussion. Whether you are participating in the meeting room via Kudo or on the YouTube connection, thank you for showing up for this important exchange and in support of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. This is the third intergovernmental regional review meeting on the GCM and the first to be held in the Asia-Pacific region. We live in an era of unprecedented challenges, not least because of the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic, but also because we have all had to dig deeper, extend ourselves further, and be more courageous in the face of a COVID-impacted world that has made the lives of migrants and those that work in support of safe, orderly, and regular migration that much harder. We at the International Organization for Migration stand ready to continue to support efforts to address and respond to these hardships, be they in the multidimensional field of human mobility, in emergency and crisis situations where we work with government partners to develop the resilience of people on the move, particularly the most vulnerable, in support of migrants and their families and communities, in development of effective responses to the shifting dynamics of migration, or in migration policy research, data, and practice. Last year, we launched our regional strategy for Asia and the Pacific, which speaks to these issues. It highlights the regional and cross-regional trends and challenges that are likely to emerge in the coming years with respect to migration and situations of displacement. Further, it outlines how IOM is preparing to respond in collaboration with governments, other UN agencies, and a wide range of regional stakeholders, including the UN Network on Migration and key regional consultative processes and multilateral forums. My colleagues and I look forward to working with you over the year ahead and beyond to ensure that the vision outlined in the Global Compact is realized. Together we can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The UN Human Rights Office warmly welcomes the regional review of the Global Compact for Migration and stands ready, along with our colleagues in the UN Regional Network on Migration, to support member states and stakeholders to uphold the human rights of migrants in our region. Rather than uncoordinated, ad hoc, and unilateral approaches to migration governance, which often fail to see migrants as fellow human beings or to uphold their safety, dignity, and rights, the Global Compact for Migration provides a path built on cooperation, solidarity, and predictability. Our recent experience in the devastating COVID-19 pandemic has made abundantly clear what is at stake. Where migrants are subject to criminal sanctions because they are undocumented, at times of crisis they will be unable to or fearful of being included in essential public health strategies such as testing and tracing protocols and vaccine rollout. where economic policies rely on a steady supply of cheap, disposable migrant labor, at times of crisis, migrants who have lost their jobs will be forced to return in haste to their own countries, placing additional strain on fragile health systems. Where measures are not taken to ensure evidence and values-based public discourse on migration, at times of crisis, stigma, xenophobia, and discrimination against migrants will flourish. The Global Compact for Migration and international law and the principles of the UN Charter on which it is based allow us to imagine an alternative paradigm of human mobility. According to such a paradigm, the starting point for improving migration governance must be the principle that all migrants, regardless of why they choose or are compelled to move, what their legal status is as they move, where and how they earn a living, what is their age or their gender, regardless of all these considerations, they are all first and foremost human beings and holders of inalienable human rights. We urge member states in the Asia-Pacific region to continue and step up their implementation of the Global Compact for Migration in line with this fundamental premise and the obligations of international human rights law and standards. I thank you.
Thank you, the representative from OSCHR, for making a very good presentation on the situation of this review mechanism. May I now request the rep from OECD to make their presentation. Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to contribute on the behalf of the OECD to the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of Implementation of a Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. As you know, the Asia-Pacific region is a global migration hub, with more than 5 million migrant workers deployed every year to Gulf countries and within Asia, and about 1.5 million additional people moving to the OECD, including to Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and Korea. There is no denying that migration has always been complex, even a divisive issue. Those who have chosen to adhere to the Global Compact for Migration recognize that despite its challenge, migration has been part of the human experience throughout history. It is a source of prosperity, innovation, and sustainable development in a globalist world. The evidence gathered by the OECD over 40 years supports these principles. Migration, if well managed, can be beneficial for country of origin and destination, as well as for migrants and their communities. However, for the full positive impact of legal migration to materialize, we need to address migrants' vulnerabilities and foster their inclusion. We have seen these vulnerabilities recently: the high number of stranded migrants, their overexposure to infection because of precarious housing conditions and concentration in frontline jobs, the way they fall through the gaps in our social safety nets. This is exactly where the Global Compact for Migration can be helpful. It is a roadmap for making concrete progress and is already producing results. Among these results in the Asia-Pacific region, better emergency preparedness plans have been developed. Policies have changed to improve housing conditions for migrant workers. Relief measures allowed registered migrants and their family to remain temporarily in host countries. However, more needs to be done if we want to build back better. The pandemic is not only an X-ray revealing fracture in the fragile skeleton of a society, as rightly indicated by the UN Secretary General, but it is also an accelerator of change. This applies notably to automation and digitalization, which are expected to transform migration movements as they free lower skilled labor in origin countries and reduce the need for foreign workers in destination countries. Recently, reconciling these imbalances will not be easy. Here again, the Global Compact for Migration could be particularly helpful as it paves the way for new and innovative forms of skills partnerships. The OECD is committed to work closely with member states and all relevant organizations to develop and evaluate these innovative programs. Finally, in order for countries to design and deliver effective policy, we need better data. The OECD is firmly committed to strengthening the global evidence on migration. In the region, we have built a long-standing and effective cooperation with ILO and ADBI through our annual roundtable on labor migration in Asia, which directly speaks to Objective 1 of the Global Compact. Excellencies, distinguished delegate, dear colleagues, let me close by underlining that our work shows that migration is not a threat. Migration is a hope, the hope of the migrants and their family for a better life, and for all of us for a more prosperous and harmonious world. Now that the Global Compact for Migration provides us with a map, let's keep moving. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, representative from OECD. The next speaker is the Special Rapporteur for Human Rights of Migrants. This is a video message. May I request to play the message? Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, distinguished delegates and dear colleagues. I thank the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific and the UN Network on Migration for inviting me to this important event. Human rights, people-centeredness, gender responsiveness, and child-sensitiveness, among others, are some of the cross-cutting and interdependent guiding principles of the Global Compact for Migration. In my capacity as the UN Special Rapporteur on the human rights of migrants, I have been engaging with member states and regional bodies to ensure a human rights-based implementation of the GCM. Regional reviews play an essential role in enhancing regional cooperation and bringing good practices and challenges at the national and regional levels to the global review. In this regard, I congratulate states in the region, ESCAP and the Regional UN Network on Migration for the publication of the Asia-Pacific Migration Report 2020, which takes stock of implementation of the GCM in these member states. The Asia-Pacific region has a long history of both intra-regional and inter-regional migration. Countries in the region are countries of origin, destination, and transit for migrants and their families. While the reasons for individuals to migrate might be different, and that the phenomenon is complex, there are a number of regional-wide challenges that, if addressed in a comprehensive manner, could improve the protection of the human rights of migrants from transiting through and to this region. These issues include, for instance, facilitating fair and ethical recruitment and improving working conditions of migrant workers of all skill levels, enhancing the protection of migrants in irregular situations, including those in need of international protection and stateless persons, establishing shared regional responsibility to save lives of migrants in distress at sea, prioritizing non-custodial alternatives to immigration detention of adult migrants, considering migrant children as children first and foremost, and ending immigration detention of children, enhancing international cooperation to provide support to stranded migrants from the region, and reintegrating returning migrants while fighting against stigma and discrimination. Distinguished delegates, many countries in our regions face similar challenges. I look forward to working on these issues with you to improve the human rights of migrants, transform this resilient force to socio-economic potentials, and enhance the positive impact of migration worldwide. I am glad to know that many states in the region participate actively in GCM implementation. There are indeed a number of good initiatives at different levels to assist states. As a member of the steering committee of the Startup Fund for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, I encourage all states in the region to participate in this initiative through working with relevant UN agencies to develop tailored national or regional project proposals, implementing funded projects, and providing financial contributions to the UN Migration Multi-Partner Trust Fund. I thank you all for your attention and wish you a rich discussion.
Thank you, Special Rapporteur for Human Rights of Migrants. We heard the video. May I now request the next speaker to make the presentation. The next speaker is a special rapporteur on trafficking in persons. This is an audio message. May I request to play the audio message? Thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for this opportunity to address you in the context of the regional review of implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly and regular migration. This is a critically important time in the implementation of the Global Compact, and it is timely to highlight the commitments made, including in relation to trafficking in persons. Reflecting the prohibition of trafficking under international human rights instruments, the Global Compact includes not simply a commitment to prevent and combating trafficking, but a more ambitious one, that of eradicating trafficking in persons. The question now is how to operationalize that objective and to ensure that targets and indicators agreed translate into meaningful change and enhanced human rights protection on the ground. Continuums of exploitation, discrimination on grounds of race, disability, gender, linked to poverty and conflict, create the conditions within which trafficking in persons flourishes with impunity. This is not inevitable. It is the result of policy choices by states and by international actors. We have the tools of international law, we have policy guidance, toolkits and action plans. The gap is not in the normative standards or the policy guidance, it is in implementation and political will. In the anti-trafficking legislation and a policy adopted in many states, the primary focus remains on a criminal justice and migration control response, with the result that identification procedures of victims and potential victims are closely linked to law enforcement processes, and assistance to victims is made conditional on cooperation in criminal proceedings. We need to ask why this conditionality persists when it is not imposed on other victims of crime or victims of serious human rights violations. We need to take seriously the positive obligations of international cooperation, of due diligence and of prevention. These are not tick box measures. As was noted in my recent report to the UN General Assembly, we need profound changes in our migration policies to eliminate discriminatory laws that impose additional conditions on access to social protection and to failures in labour rights protection. These restrictive measures that particularly affect migrants in irregular situations lead to a failure to identify and protect victims of human trafficking and to ensure effective access to remedies. Forced returns without meaningful pre-removal risk assessments or identification procedures lead to breaches of the obligation of non-refoulement, to trafficking and re-trafficking on return, including of children. The priorities for my mandate include a focus on labour exploitation and trafficking in migration movements. The objective to prevent, combat and eradicate human trafficking requires expanding safe and regular migration pathways with protections for migrant workers and their families. Government anti-trafficking action worldwide remains largely rooted in a criminal law model. Addressing the labour dimension requires better and more effective action, enforcing and extending the scope of labour rights, including for all migrant workers, resourcing and expanding labour inspectorates, effective regulation of recruitment agencies, and empowering worker-led initiatives to prevent and eradicate exploitation. On this, the role of civil society is critical. Civil society has been to the fore in the development of models of assistance and protection based on the empowerment of trafficked persons and survivor-led. The COVID-19 pandemic has the potential to exacerbate exploitation as a consequence of rising unemployment, lack of social protection, and supply chain disruption. It may also exacerbate the feminization of poverty and gender discrimination and fuel the worst forms of child labour. It is critical, therefore, that we remain vigilant and recognise the heightened risks of exploitation. We are concerned that action to ensure early identification and referral to assistance of victims of trafficking is declining against the backdrop of the pandemic. The plight of migrant workers in irregular or precarious situations must be urgently addressed if we are to meet the Global Compact's objective of eradicating trafficking in persons. Finally, I would like to note my commitment to continuing to work on the gender and child rights dimensions of human trafficking and to strengthening collaborations with regional human rights bodies and civil society in the Asia-Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you. The Special Rapporteur on Trafficking in Persons, for your audio message. May I request now the delegate from International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement to present his statement. Thank you, or her statement.
Chairs, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to speak on behalf of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement, consisting of the world's 192 national societies who work through their 14 million community-based volunteers, the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, and the International Committee of the Red Cross. As neutral humanitarian actors, our movement neither encourages nor discourages migration. However, we do insist that all migrants, irrespective of their legal status, are treated with dignity and in accordance with their human rights. To successfully foster safe, orderly, and regular migration, we have consistently called upon states to respect their legal obligations, focusing our advocacy on 4 humanitarian priorities. First, that all migrants must be protected from death, disappearance, family separation, and violations of their rights throughout their migration experience. Second, that all migrants must have effective access to essential services and humanitarian assistance. Third, that the rights and needs of the most vulnerable, especially children, must be prioritized. And finally, that detention of migrants should only be used as a measure of last resort. We also urge states to act immediately to address the adverse effects of climate change as a driver of migration and displacement. We commend progress made by states towards achieving the objectives of the Global Compact, particularly in the context of COVID-19. However, more must be done. Yesterday, we launched a new global report called Locked Down and Left Out, examining impacts of COVID-19 on migrants' access to essential services, and based on research by 8 national societies, including the Australian Red Cross and the Philippine Red Cross. While recognizing good practices by states, we also found that migrants have faced impossible choices, including whether to buy food or seek medical assistance. Meanwhile, humanitarian actors struggle to reach people in need, including those detained and in camps. We now call upon states to ensure that all people in their territory, irrespective of legal status, can meet their basic needs, are included in COVID-19 vaccination plans, and have safe access to humanitarian assistance without fear of arrest, detention, or deportation. Enable the restoration of family links. If anything, COVID-19 reminds us how essential maintaining contact with our loved ones is, more so for migrants, including children, in distress or isolation. Uphold human rights and other legal obligations, including the principle of non-refoulement, especially related to COVID-19 measures. People in immediate danger must be able to seek safety and international protection. Movement components are implementing and adapting context-specific activities for migrants and host communities, and in partnership with public authorities. Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies are working to reduce vulnerabilities and enhance resilience, including equal access to vaccines, and are playing a vital role in providing timely and accurate information to migrants. Respected chairs, we must all go further. Governments need not act alone. As auxiliaries to their public authorities, national societies are present at the local level, across the region, and along migratory routes. The movement stands ready to support states to uphold a whole-of-society approach, to ensure that people can migrate in safety and in dignity, and that the most vulnerable are protected. We ask states to do their utmost to make this a reality. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Rep, from Special International Red Cross and Red Crescent Movement. The next speaker is from Asia Pacific Forum on National Human Rights Institutions. So please request to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A pleasant day to all. I am Gwendolyn Pimentel Gana from the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines, speaking on behalf of the Asia Pacific Forum of National Human Rights Institutions, or APF. The APF is a coalition of 25 national human rights institutions, or NHRIs, from across the region. The APF affirmed that NHRIs should respond effectively and promptly to requests from other NHRIs to investigate violations of the human rights of their nationals present in a country that has a national institution. That affirmation established the precedent of cross-border human rights cooperation amongst the APF membership in the broader area of migration. While migration is a positive and rewarding experience for many migrants and their families, a significant number face serious challenges and violations of their human rights. This includes ill treatment by immigration or law enforcement authorities, abusive working conditions, absence of basic workplace protections, limited access to social security, discrimination, and widespread xenophobia. The pandemic and resulting government restrictions have exacerbated these situations. We note the efforts of sending and receiving states during the pandemic, such as providing shelters for stranded migrants, ensuring medical and financial assistance, and facilitating their repatriation. We do, however, raise our concern over the lack of support in accessing justice, further risks of trafficking for labor, and poor living conditions in quarantine facilities and shelters. While governments continue to cite that certain rights can be restricted in the context of public emergencies, we caution against the application of these restrictions beyond the allowable parameters of human rights law. Restrictions should always be legal, necessary, and proportionate. Any overreach may result to human rights violations. NHRI support and monitor the implementation of GCM through 1, engaging in consultations with the aim of localizing its objectives, 2, monitoring and assisting on cases of rights violations against migrants and their families, 3, promoting awareness and positive narratives of the contribution of migrants and their families, and 4, submitting reports to the UN and to regional human rights mechanisms, particularly the treaty bodies. But we also face challenges like the lack of appreciation of the value of human rights. Often NHRIs are viewed as adversaries, but we bridge partnerships between governments and civil society. We provide advice on the implementation of states' human rights obligations in the context of migration. NHRIs are partners in the GCM implementation process, and we look forward to continuing this engagement with all stakeholders. We recommend that NHRI's role and contribution to the GCM implementation process be reflected throughout the regional review. We also call on states to inclusively engage with CSOs, trade unions, and NHRIs during the implementation of the GCM at the national level. Thank you, and God bless us all.
Thank you, Madam, for your presentation. Now we are over with the delegates. Now we are going to invite the stakeholders. In order to give more prominence to the group of stakeholders which have been identified as an important partner in implementing the Global Compact for migration on the ground, I now invite 5 stakeholders, self-selected by the group of stakeholders, to take the floor and deliver 5 statements on behalf of the group of the stakeholders. As mentioned at the outset, please limit it to no more than 3 minutes. May I now request Mr. Saeed Ahmed, Institute for Informatics and Development and Civil Society for Global Commitments on Migration in Bangladesh, to speak out. Please, it is your floor, Mr. Saeed Ahmed.
Thank you, Chair. This joint statement is underpinned by the 5 stakeholder consultations that took place from October 2020 to March 2021 to inform the Asia-Pacific Regional Review of Implementation of GCM. These meetings brought together 430 stakeholders across the region from 12 stakeholder groups, including migrants, civil society, trade union, national human rights institutions, and local government, excluding media. 4 of these stakeholder consultations corresponded with 4 clusters of the GCM objectives envisaged for the roundtables of the International Migration Review Forum, IMRF, to be held in 2022, while the 5th consultation helped reviewing and finalizing the stakeholder statements and provided an opportunity for stakeholders to nominate interest to make an intervention at this meeting. Of the 10 speaking spaces, the stakeholders were, have been offered in this regional review. Half of the spaces, including at the inaugural panel, were offered to nominated stakeholders without any agreed upon statements to capture individual, organizational, or network narratives. The remaining half of the spaces, including this one, will bring up the process and outcome of the previous 5 consultations. With this in mind, this introductory statement and the subsequent 4 thematic statements offer brief highlights of the comprehensive suggestions shared by the stakeholder, which is reflected in the summary reports of the stakeholder consultations. We recognize the commitment of the organizers, ESCAP and UN Regional Network on Migration for Asia and the Pacific, for enabling the diverse, inclusive, and meaningful engagement of stakeholders, leading up to the first regional review of implementation of the GCM. As we look at the IMRF to be held in 2022, we hope and trust that this whole of society approach will be reflected in future stakeholder engagement. The Asia Pacific Review has been a leader in this regard, and as we reflect and learn from our experience, we will endeavor to ensure that stakeholder engagement goes from strength to strength. The stakeholders call on the states to ensure evidence-based monitoring and implementation of GCM for all migrants, irrespective of their status, taking into account the New York Declaration as the anchor of GCM, and in light of the 4 thematic goals envisaged in the IMRF roundtables. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the inequalities that have not only disproportionately affected the people of the move, it also reminded us that nobody is safe until everyone is safe. So, we emphasize that embracing rather than resisting the human reality of migration benefits societies immeasurably, as does guaranteeing the rights of refugees and migrants and facilitating the equal participation in society. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Saeed Ahmed, for your nice presentation. The next speaker is Mr. De Perez Assis from Asia Pacific Mission for Migrants. After Mr. De Perez Assis, Ms. Eva Lester, Boniji Monitoring, should be the next speaker. Please get ready after Mr. De Perez Assis. May I now call upon Mr. De Perez Assis to make his presentation. Thank you.
We submit to the GCM's Asia Pacific Regional Review Forum this joint statement summarizing key issues and recommendations to GCM objectives 2, 5, 6, 12, and 18 with the aim of ensuring voluntary, regular, safe, and orderly migration. We acknowledge and thank the ESCAP for making this process inclusive and transparent for all stakeholders. COVID-19 has highlighted the vulnerabilities of migrants and their families. Many lost their jobs and have been repatriated home, while others have fallen victims to wage theft and trafficking. Undocumented migrants or those in irregular situations are criminalized. States should coordinate the response for a more effective, fair, rights-based, and intersectional migration governance in the Asia-Pacific. Cooperation, collaboration, and participation of all stakeholders, especially migrants and civil society, is key. Decent work, including sea-based work, access to basic services, access to justice, upholding and protection of migrants' rights, these are at the core of the recommendations that we put forward to states. Our recommendations are: prioritize creation of decent jobs, especially in migrant source countries, and address other key drivers of migration, including natural disasters, political conflicts, and climate change, through an intersectional perspective and cross-state collaborative approach. Uphold obligations under international law to ensure domestic legislation and procedures contain adequate safeguards to uphold rights, safety, and dignity of migrants, especially during crisis. Develop a fair and transparent recruitment mechanism that ensures social protection and applies international labor standards while reviewing and implementing good practices. Ensure improvement of basic and adaptive social services and protections that are accessible to all migrants regardless of status, including access to justice systems, free healthcare and clinics, and migrant and child-friendly information. Improve referral mechanisms for migrants in accessing services. Develop bilateral and multilateral agreements and frameworks to facilitate mutual recognition of skills and qualifications of migrant workers across borders. Address dynamic characteristics of mixed migration and existing protective measures, particularly linking the implementation reviews of both the GCM and the GCR. Prioritize civil and political rights of migrants, especially their freedom of association in government policies and measures. And finally, develop human rights-based alternatives to arrest, detention, and deportation of migrants, especially the undocumented, children, and people with disabilities. Nothing about migrants without migrants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. De Perez Assis. May I now request Ms. Eva Lester from Boniji Monitoring to make her presentation. After Ms. Eva Lester, may I request Mr. David Kagan, CEO, Host International, to stand ready. May I now call upon Ms. Eva Lester, Boniji Monitoring, to make the presentation, please.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this is a consensus statement that reflects the priorities and outcomes of the second stakeholder consultation on the 19th of November 2020, attended by 60 stakeholders from some 15 countries, and the content of which was agreed during a consultative drafting process during the fifth stakeholder consultation on the 2nd and 4th of March. Sorry, I'm just having a slight problem. On the 2nd and 4th of March, I apologize for this. I'm having a technical problem here. I will be with you in just a second. Attended by some 75 stakeholders. Cluster 2 underscores the significance of the GCM as a commitment of states to ensure that the rights, legal identity, status, and lives of migrants must be protected regardless of migration status. Mr. Chair, we have 7 recommendations, the full text of which will be made available in electronic copy on the website. 1, to avert the risks and vulnerabilities associated with statelessness and irregular migration status, countries of destination and embassies should ensure that migrants and their families have A, access to a legal identity and effective protection of their human rights, regardless of status, and B, adequate means of support pending resolution of their status. 2, states should ensure that A, migrants have access to clear, accurate, accessible, protection-focused information and communication. B, use of digital technology is rights-based, swift, and provides effective protection of migrants and their privacy. And C, communication tools and strategies address language barriers and are age-appropriate and gender-sensitive. 3, states should ensure that A, survivors of trafficking, smuggled migrants, and others in an irregular situation are not criminalized. B, people with lived experience of being smuggled or trafficked, including women survivors, can safely contribute to legal and policy reform. And C, perpetrators of trafficking are prosecuted and survivors are able to access adequate support and protection. 4, states should A, collaborate with other stakeholders to ensure rights-based capacity building and training of border control officials and development and implementation of guiding principles on human rights, child sensitivity and gender responsiveness. And B, commit financial and technical resources to ensure partnerships with local authorities and other key stakeholders and the social, economic, education and health sectors. 5, states should expand and promote the use of regular migration channels that ensure A, the enjoyment of human and labour rights, B, the facilitation of social and family cohesion, and C, the availability of options for permanent residence and meaningful participation in civic life. 6, to prevent harm, states should ensure that A, no child is held in immigration detention and national child protection systems are accessible to all migrants. B, any detention of migrants is a measure of last resort for the shortest possible period of time, follows due process requirements, and includes judicial oversight and independent monitoring. And C, there is a significant reduction in the use and duration of immigration detention and an expansion of rights-based, community-based arrangements. Finally, states should ensure that returns of migrants are A, voluntary and take place in safety and dignity, B, compliant with due process guarantees, and C, effectively and independently monitored to ensure human rights compliance. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Eve Lester from Boniji Monitoring. The next speaker is Mr. David Kagan, CEO, Host International. And after Mr. David Kagan, the speaker is Ms. Lafren Power, UN Major Group on Youth. Mr. David Kagan, please request to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This intervention has been generated from consultations held on the 16th of December 2020 and the 2nd and 4th of March 2021, with at least 70 organisations from 20 countries in the region across all stakeholder groups except the media. The process has directed selection and prioritisation of issues represented in this statement. GCM Objectives 14, 15, 16, 19, 20 and 22 promote the empowerment and inclusion of all migrants with an emphasis on access to basic services and harnessing the development opportunities that arise through well-managed migration. Our experience, however, is that many migrants continue to live on the margins of society and are excluded based on their migration status. The COVID-19 pandemic has amplified structural obstacles for full protection, inclusion and participation of migrants. Specific and intersectional solutions are needed, especially for the most vulnerable groups, including women, children, sexually diverse, trafficked, and irregular migrants. Migrants make significant contributions financially and socially to destination countries, yet the dominant narrative around migration in our region continues to focus on border protection and security risks associated with migration. Whilst these are important issues, a focus on these alone serves to undermine the positive economic, cultural, political and social development outcomes from migration and significantly contributes to racism and discrimination in destination countries. We recommend that states and associated authorities develop a more data-driven and inclusive narrative that encourages greater recognition of the positive contributions made by migrants. The specific needs of women, children, and sexually diverse migrants must be taken into consideration. Slavery and exploitation are still a major risk in our region, and the lack of safety nets and legal assistance compound this risk, along with policies based on exclusion. It is recommended that states and stakeholders work closely together to create greater protections for migrants with specific vulnerabilities and to eliminate oppressive and exploitative treatment of migrants. Curtailment of the right to organise or exercise freedom of association and collective bargaining for migrants remains in many countries in our region, and includes the prohibition of migrants from joining or forming unions of their own choosing. It is recommended that states adopt and implement the legal frameworks that ensure compliance with ILO core conventions for migrant workers and their families. As we know, COVID-19 has accentuated the critical role of consular assistance and the need for greater reach and optimized accessibility to timely and accurate information, including better use of social media. Consular assistance and protection of migrants needs to ensure the competency of staff and strengthen cooperation and communication within and across borders. Formal education of migrants has a positive impact on both sending and receiving economies. Language, vocational, and children's education promotes social cohesion, self-agency, and vocational outcomes. It is recommended that states frame education for migrants within a development and workforce capability lens and recognise the benefits for sustainable migration. In summary, effective integration and social cohesion are important to ensuring well-functioning societies that are free from violence, extremism, exploitation, and conflict. States must therefore prioritise initiatives that promote inclusion and unity through a positive peace-building framework, which includes access to basic services and legal protections for all members of society, and without limitations on nationality and legal status. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. David Keegan from CEO, Host International. Our last speaker is Ms. Lafren Power from UN Major Group on Youth. Now, Ms. Lafren Power, please request to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This joint statement is the culmination of regional multi-stakeholder engagement generously hosted by UN ESCAP and the lead up to the Asia-Pacific Regional Review. While acknowledging the progress made in implementing GCM Objectives 1, 3, 7, 17, and 23, this statement offers recommendations to meet the challenges that remain. Now, more than ever, there is an urgent need to act together to address the vulnerabilities faced by migrants across the region. To that end, we've highlighted 5 recommendations. 1. State-led data collection on migration should be conducted through a transparent process in partnership between states, other stakeholders, and migrants themselves as experts in their own experiences for data harmonization and verification at every stage of the migrant journey, and with guaranteed protection for migrants. Disaggregated data, including gender and age-related data, should be made available so as to establish more responsive migration policies, acknowledging the complexity of migrants' experiences and needs. 2. Governments and other stakeholders should ensure that essential information for migrants is accessible, disseminated broadly through digital and non-digital channels, and available in multiple languages using appropriate and inclusive language, so as to ensure migrants are informed and empowered at every stage of their journey. 3. States should ensure that migrants have full access to legal and other services, regardless of their status, with particular attention for the most vulnerable, including those at risk of trafficking, those affected by crisis or other disaster, women, survivors of SGBV, unaccompanied children and migrants in irregular situations. Firewalls should be established to safeguard migrants against repercussions from immigration authorities when seeking access to basic services and to justice. 4. Discrimination is not only a significant deterrent to social integration for migrants, it is also a barrier to accessing basic services and rights, including employment, housing, healthcare, and education. States should adopt and implement comprehensive anti-discrimination legislation and national action plans to combat hate speech and protect the human rights of migrants, ensuring full and equitable access to healthcare, including COVID-19 care and vaccination, and with focus given to particular groups that may face heightened risk of stigma, including LGBTQ+ migrants, migrants with underlying health conditions or disabilities, and survivors of SGBV and trafficking. 5. States should strengthen multilateral cooperation with other states, local authorities, NGOs, migrant-led organizations, academia, and the private sector to optimize existing mechanisms for monitoring and compliance with local, national, and international laws regarding exploitation and human rights abuses to ensure migrants will have timely and improved access to justice with full protection, promotion, and fulfillment of their human rights. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lafren Power from UN Major Group on Youth. So we have concluded the statements from stakeholders. I thank the representative of the group of stakeholders for their thought-provoking statement. I now invite representative of UN entities, followed by other international organizations. I understand that we have received a video statement from the Population Division of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. I request the video to be played.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this meeting. The review that you are undertaking is linked closely with two important events taking place at the United Nations over the next 2 years. The High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development in July will include an in-depth discussion on 9 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, including Goal 10 on inequality, which contains Target 10.7 on facilitating orderly, safe, regular, and responsible migration and mobility of people. This year's forum provides an opportunity to discuss how migration contributes to development and to review progress toward attaining Target 10.7. The HLPF will also address responses to the COVID-19 pandemic, emphasizing the need for international cooperation and strategies for putting the world back on track to achieve the SDGs by 2030. In addition to the HLPF, this regional review will provide valuable inputs to the first International Migration Review Forum to be held in 2022. Together with our partners in the UN Network on Migration, we stand ready to support your participation in next year's meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, the Population Division of DESA, in collaboration with IOM and OECD, is now finalizing the latest round of data collection on migration policies. We gather such information periodically through the United Nations Inquiry Among Governments on Population and Development, which serves as the data source for the global monitoring of SDG Indicator 10.7.2. For this work, it is critical to have broad national and regional representation. Therefore, I call upon all governments in the region to submit their responses to the current inquiry, if they have not done so already. The previous round of data collection through the inquiry showed that most countries had adopted policies to regulate migration flows, promote the benefits of migration for development, and address irregular migration. The greatest need for improvement concerned policies to support the human rights of migrants and ensure their access to basic services. Earlier this year, the Population Division released its latest estimates on numbers of international migrants classified by age, sex, and countries of origin and destination. The dataset was accompanied by the International Migration 2020 Highlights Report. That report noted that the number of international migrants worldwide had reached 281 million in 2020, up from 173 million in year 2000. However, we also estimated that due to global restrictions on mobility in response to COVID-19, by mid-2020, the number of international migrants was about 2 million less than one would have expected in the absence of the pandemic. Although international migrants account for just 3.6% of the world's people, the number of migrants continues to grow faster than the global population. These migrants continue to provide much needed labor in destination countries and to make important contributions to the development of their countries of origin. In closing, I invite you to visit the Population Division's website, where you will find our latest data and analysis on international migration and other global population trends. I thank you for your attention, and I congratulate our ESCAP colleagues for their skillful organization of this review conference.
Thank you. I now call on any other UN entities to take the floor. I have seen the delegates on the list. The first one is UNDP, the next is UNICEF, the third one is UN Women. UNDP delegate, please request to speak.
UNDP, it seems that you accidentally released the mic. Would you please kindly press request to speak button once? Thank you. You have the floor. Please do not press release the microphone and just unmute and turn on the video. Thank you, Francisco. Francisco, can you unmute and turn on the video?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Big apologies, technical problems. Excellencies, distinguished delegates and fellow colleagues, it is an honor to be here with you all. United Nations Development Programme sees migration as an inherent part of sustainable development and contributing significantly to socioeconomic advancements, which in many countries in the region has become almost a natural part of life. Through their skills, entrepreneurial spirit, ideas and networks across countries and regions, migrants made key contributions to development in both origin and destination countries. Moreover, remittances surpasses FDI as the largest source of financial inflows, positively affecting families and communities around the world, and half of those global remittances are in Asia Pacific. And yet migrants remain some of the most marginalized people. In destination countries, they are often excluded from decision-making processes affecting their lives. They frequently have limited access to decent work and livelihood opportunities, to services like health and education, and to social protection mechanisms. And their rights, such as freedom of movement and association, are regularly constrained. These factors tend to be mutually reinforcing in times of crisis, including the current pandemic, combining with rising xenophobia to further intensify exclusion and undermine social cohesion, often fueled the digital space, a space we jointly need to pay a closer attention look at. Findings from the COVID-19 socioeconomic impact assessment in Asia Pacific, implemented last year, clearly show that it has markedly aggravated existing development challenges, with inequality rising in countries around the world and the most marginalized communities, including migrants, especially affected. Moreover, migrants are overrepresented in many service sectors, often in informal sectors, that have suspended activities such as restaurants, hotels, and other tourism-oriented businesses. In addition, lockdown measures have left hundreds of thousands of migrants stranded in countries of destination, having been laid off, often without access to social protection, and unable to return home due to further closures, struggling to meet their most basic needs. And yet, new challenges are already unfolding. The Asia Pacific is disproportionately impacted by disasters and climate emergencies, with significant and growing implications for migratory patterns. In fact, 5 of the most affected countries by climate-related events in recent decades are in Asia Pacific. Last, as migration is a fundamental and cross-cutting dimension of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, including its central pledge of leaving no one behind. If we are to achieve sustainable development goals, migration and migrants must be meaningfully included and engaged in national and indeed subnational development plans to uphold their fundamental human rights and unlock their transformative potential to contribute to development in both origin and destination countries. With many thanks.
Thank you, the representative from UNDP. The next speaker is from UNICEF. Please request to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. It is an honor for UNICEF, as part of the UN Migration Network, to participate and contribute to this first regional review of the Global Compact for Migration in the Asia-Pacific region. I would like to acknowledge the efforts of states to implement the GCM in this region since its adoption just 2 years ago. There are promising practices by states to mitigate the risks children face in the context of migration. However, despite ongoing efforts, millions of child migrants and children of migrants in this region continue to face child protection risks and restricted access to basic services. In particular, children who are stateless may be pushed into a lifetime of marginalization and vulnerability. And despite encouraging efforts in several countries, far too many children continue to face the risks of immigration detention. The global COVID-19 pandemic, which disrupted access to already limited services, has further exacerbated existing vulnerabilities for migrants. Excellencies, when the right policies are in place and implemented, risks for children can be reduced and challenges overcome. To this end, progress in implementing the GCM must be accelerated in the following areas: the removal of legal, administrative, and practical barriers, and the implementation of measures to provide access to national education, health, and child protection systems for all children, including those affected by migration. The harmful practice of immigration detention of all children in law and practice must end. Immigration detention is never in the child's best interests. Cross-border cooperation to protect children's needs to be further strengthened. And most immediately, COVID-19 responses must fully take into account the needs and rights of migrant children and families. UNICEF is committed to continuing its efforts to support member states to make these commitments a reality. Excellencies, creating platforms for and listening to the voices of children affected by migration is essential if we are to collectively and effectively meet their needs. It is therefore very welcome that young people, including young migrants, across the region are actively participating in this review. UNICEF looks forward to supporting member states in further engaging with young people in designing and implementing migration policies and in reviewing action and their impact on the ground. The GCM represents a tremendous opportunity to address the risks for children and remove obstacles to help children migrate safely. By implementing the GCM, we can ultimately truly transform migration from a challenge to an opportunity for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, the representative from UNICEF. The next speaker is from UN Women. Please request to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for giving the floor to UN Women. Women migrate for diverse reasons. Many women migrate for work or education opportunities with the hope for a better life for themselves and their families. For many, migration yields these benefits. For others, it carries various risks, including exploitation in the labor market, sexual and gender-based violence, and multiple intersections of discrimination based on race, ethnicity, nationality, age, migration, status, and other sex or gender-associated characteristics. The emergence of the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated these risks, and its impacts have affected migrant women disproportionately, especially those working in the informal economy. Migration policies and practices are therefore crucial to recognize these risks and take steps to make the migration process safe for women. Asian and Pacific countries have recognized the importance of addressing migration issues in the context of sustainable development. Migrant women are catalysts of change. They bring knowledge, support, and skills, promoting diversity within their homes and throughout their communities. Also, they are instrumental contributors to gross domestic product, GDP, of countries of destination through their productive work, whilst supporting their families in countries of origin. Building on the gender-responsive approach outlined in the guiding principles of the Global Compact and the specific objectives, UN Women urges member states and other stakeholders to embrace migrant women as rights holders who are essential to the region's sustainable development. In this regard, please let me highlight key areas for all stakeholders to consider for enhancing the implementation of the Global Compact to be more equal, inclusive, and gender responsive. These are empowering migrant women economic leadership through supporting them to access skills development schemes and through financial inclusion services, which will facilitate better economic options and promote the participation in the labor market and social and economic development. Promoting cross-sectoral collaboration between labor and women machineries to enhance national and regional policy frameworks for effective protection, including ensuring access of migrant women to essential services and integrated gender-based violence support in social protection mechanisms. And investing in gender disaggregated migration data collection and analysis to develop effective gender-responsive policies, laws, and initiatives that address migration's unique impacts on women. Importantly, the whole society must come together for more assertive and collective efforts to build back together, more equal and more inclusive. We look forward to continuing working with the Member States and other stakeholders in supporting the further implementation of rights-based and gender-responsive migration governance to ensure safe migration for women and for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep from UN Women. With this, we conclude the segment for UN entities. Before I conclude, may I request whether there is any more delegations which would like to take the floor? Are there any delegation on kudos? So I think, okay. I see that there are no more delegations who wish to take the floor. Distinguished members, we have successfully discussed agenda item 2. We will reflect these deliberations in my summary, which will then be annexed to the report after the meeting. I believe that we have effectively reviewed the implementation of the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration in the Asia-Pacific region. We have identified success stories, lessons learned, emerging issues, and remaining challenges. We have also comprehensively identified the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on migrants and Global Compact implementation. I call on all of us to advance the implementation of the Global Compact for migration on the ground. Many of the areas requiring further work remain especially relevant in the context of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and building back better from the ravages of the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge all of us to take forward-looking steps to ensure the full implementation of the Global Compact for migration. Tomorrow, we shall return to this room at 9 hours to start our deliberation on agenda item 3 on thematic discussions on progress and challenges with regard to implementing the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration at all levels, with due respect to the cross-cutting and interdependent guiding principles of the Global Compact. The distinguished Deputy Chief of Mission of the Embassy of Indonesia to ESCAP, Mr. Diki Kumar, will guide the deliberation under this agenda item. I asked all delegations to please check their names on the meeting's website so they can be correctly reflected in the procedural report of the meeting. Please indicate any discrepancies to the Secretariat by 11 March noon. I repeat, 11 March noon. I now invite the Secretary to make some housekeeping announcement. The Secretary to make the announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we will resume agenda item 3 tomorrow at 9 a.m. For the delegates based in Bangkok, please keep your meeting badges with you. When you arrive at the entrance gate, please show it to the security officers at the gate to be allowed to enter the compound. Before leaving the room, please ensure that you have your valuables and personal belongings with you. May I also ask you to leave the room with proper physical distancing. For participants on Kudo, you may use the same connection link given to you to access the meeting. For those on YouTube Live, the link is available on the meeting webpage. Please go to the Program tab and click on Watch Live Day 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you very much for your active participation.